நான் பார்க்கல, படிக்க கேமரா ஆள் இது இல்லை, மொபைல் தான்
ஆட்டோ ரோட்டேட் பண்ணணும்.
அப்படியே வைங்க.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, everyone request to raise and extend a warm welcome as our esteemed dignitaries entering the hall. Good morning, everyone. It's my absolute privilege and honor to welcome you all to the one-day national level workshop on Demystifying Outcome-Based Education, hosted by Internal Quality Assurance Cell and Curriculum Development Cell of RVSCAS College of Arts and Science, Sulur, Coimbatore, in association with IPSR Solutions Limited. As Aristotle said, education is the best provision for all age groups. This workshop is a step towards enhancing our understanding of outcome-based education, which paves the way for a better, more impactful future for our students. Let us embark on this enlightening journey together today. Please be seated. So I am Dr. D. Sukrita, Associate Professor, Department of Microbiology, and I am truly excited to be your host for this session. I look forward to an enriching exchange of ideas and experiences as we delve deeper into the principles and practices of outcome-based education. As we gather today for this significant occasion, let us first take a moment to honor the land that nurtures us and the heritage that binds us together. It is said, a nation's greatness is not measured by its wealth, but by the values it upholds and the pride its people take in their culture. We shall now rise and pay homage to our mother, Tamil Nadu, with the Tamil Thai Valtu, a hymn of gratitude to Tamil Thai, our cultural mother. Let this song fill our hearts with courage and unity as we commit ourselves to upholding the legacy of our land.
நீராடும் கடலுடுத்த நிலமறந்த எழிலொழுகும் சீராடும் வடனென திகழ்பவர கண்டமிதேன் துக்கணமும் அது சிறந்த தாவிடன திருநாளும் தக்க சிறு திருநுதலும் தருத்தனரும் திலகமுமே அத்திலக வாசலை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுட எத்திசையும் புகழ் மணக்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனே தமிழனே உன் சீரமை சிறந்தியந்து செயமறந்து வாழ்த்தனமே வாழ்த்தனமே வாழ்த்தனமே.
Thank you. As Swami Vivekananda rightly said, we want the education by which character is formed. Strength of mind is increased and intellect is expanded. This lamp signifies the beginning of an illuminating dayhead. Now, I request our esteemed dignitaries to come forward to light the Kutvilakku, symbolizing the dispelling of ignorance and the eliminating of knowledge.
Participants can come and like it will be fine.
Participants, please, anyone.
Participants from other colleges can please come forward, sir. Lady representatives, please. Come on.
Yes, please, come forward.
Mumbai, please come. All the way from Mumbai, please come. Yes,
Thank you, dignitaries and the participants. It was an excellent beginning of illuminating the daylight.
group share பண்ணுங்க.
The roots of education are bitter, but the fruit is sweet. This profound quote by Aristotle beautifully captures the essence of education and leadership. While the journey of learning may often be challenging, the wisdom and growth that it nurtures are truly rewarding. Our respected principal, Dr. T. Shivakumar, embodies this philosophy in every step he takes, inspiring us to overcome challenges and embrace knowledge with perseverance. It is with great honor and immense respect that we invite our beloved principal, Dr. T. Shivakumar, to grace this occasion with his esteemed presence. His guidance, vision, and dedication continue to steer our institution towards new heights of academic excellence and personal growth. Let us all come together to welcome Dr. T. Shivakumar, whose leadership has not only shaped the future of our institution, but has also instilled in us the values that make us better individuals. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to Dr. T. Shivakumar, Principal, RVS College of Arts and Science, Sulur, Coimbatore.
Good morning. It gives me a immense pleasure to welcome you all this one-day national level workshop on demystifying outcome-based education, a topic of great significance in the realm of higher education. First and foremost, I would like to extend my heartfelt welcome to our respected chief guest, Dr. Ponpandian sir, Control of Examination, Bharathiar University. In your presence, sir, your invaluable contribution to the academic community have always inspired educators to strive for excellence. On behalf of all of us, welcome you, sir.
Now, I would like to invite Professor Sarama Samuve, Secretary of RVS College of Arts and Science, to kindly hand over a token of love in the form of a shawl to our esteemed chief guest, Professor N. Ponpandian, Controller of Examination, Bharathiar University. This gesture symbolizes our respect and appreciation for your presence here today.
I also take this opportunity to warm welcome our distinguished research person, Dr. Mendus Jacob, Director of MCA at Marian College, Kerala, and the MD and CEO of IPSR Solutions. Your expertise and innovative approach in implementing outcome-based education will undoubtedly enrich today's session and provide us with the valuable insights.
Next, I would like to request Dr. Ayappa, Vice Principal of RVS College of Arts and Science, to kindly hand over a token of love in the form of shawl to our special guest and resource person for the day, Dr. Mendus Jacob, Director and Professor, Department of MCA, Marian College, and MD and CEO of IPSR Solutions Limited. We are privileged to have you with us today, sir.
A warm welcome to our beloved Secretary, Professor Sarama Samuve, and Dr. M.P. Ayappa, Directors, Head of the Departments, Control of Examination, for their constant support and encouragement in organizing such a meaningful events. I also extend my appreciation to the IQAC Deputy Coordinators, IQAC staff members, the Curriculum Development Cell Coordinators for their efforts in coordinating this program. We are honored to have participants from diverse institutions, including faculty members from Ayurveda College and esteemed educators from Karnataka, Kerala, Maharashtra, and Tamil Nadu. Your active participation reflects the significance of outcome-based education in shaping the learning process and enhancing the placement opportunities for students. The workshop is a step towards understanding how outcome-based education can redefine teaching methodologies, focusing on measurable students' outcome and aligning them with the global standards. It not only promotes the academic excellence, but also bridges the gap between the education and employability. I am confident that today's session will be the thought-provoking and engaging, offering a wealth of knowledge to everyone present here. Let us make the most of this opportunity to collaborate, share, and grow together as a community of educators. Once again, I welcome you all and wish the program grand success. Thanks for all.
Thank you, sir, for your warm words and for setting the tone for today's proceeding. It is said, education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. This quote emphasizes the transformative power of education in shaping individuals, societies, and nations. In every corner of the world, it is through education that we gain the tools to challenge existing limitations, broaden our perspectives, and drive progress. With this powerful thought in mind, it is now my privilege to invite Professor Sarama Samuel, Secretary, RVS College of Arts and Science, Sulur, Coimbatore, to deliver the presidential address.
Good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning, ma'am.
It is a privilege to be sharing the dais with esteemed dignitaries. We have this morning as the chief guest of this function, Professor N. Ponpandian, the Controller of Examinations, Bharathiar University. We have with us Dr. Mendus Jacob, Professor and Director, Department of MCA at Marian College and MD and CEO of IPSR Solutions Limited, along with our esteemed Principal, Vice Principal, the technical team members, directors, heads of the departments, delegates, faculty members from various institutions of RVS and different colleges in and around our nation. We at RVS College of RVS College of Arts and Science, Sulur, Coimbatore, are indeed extremely proud to be hosting this national level workshop on demystifying outcome-based education, and it is organized by the IQAC and Curriculum Development Cell in collaboration with IPSR Solutions Limited. On behalf of our Managing Trustee, Dr. Senthil Ganesh and Correspondent Madam Shri Vidya Lakshmi Senthil Ganesh, I wish to congratulate the organizers, the entire team that has been working behind the scene to make this day possible. And at the onset, let me just give you a little feel of who our chief guest for this morning's celebration is. From yesterday, I am hearing from our principal about Professor N. Ponpandian, the Controller of Examinations of Bharathiar University. And what I understand from what I am hearing is that he is a renowned research scholar. He's an academician on a different level altogether, excelling in research and publications, not only growing on his own level, but at the same time helping others grow together so that he's building up a big team. And sir was telling us this morning that Bharathiar University has got the NAC recognition. Everything was under his able guidance and leadership, and we wish to congratulate sir and thank him from the bottom of our hearts for coming here and sharing his knowledge. I'm sure you will have some time, we will have some time listening to him and sharing from his experience. There was a renowned academician who said, you can test a man's quality when you give him power, because power corrupts and perfect power corrupts perfectly, completely. But in case of Dr. Ponpandian, that does not apply, because I understand that along with his scholarly academic qualities, he also has got a very humble demeanor. He's humble to the core. He's a man who values humans, values other people, and makes every attempt possible to make sure that all the academicians under his purview are also allowed to grow just as he has. And all of us have known Dr. Mendus Jacob now. He's traveled with us for some time, and all of us are quite, taken, I don't want to say taken aback, but quite, surprised and excited looking at the amount of knowledge that he has when it comes to outcome-based education, because we have been talking to him about outcome-based education. Now, all of us here are teachers. All of us here are educators. And when you look at a teacher, I believe you can understand the quality of the students. Now, I was trying to figure out some story, because principal generally comes up with stories when he speaks to the crowd. So I was thinking, what story can I say today? And I was thinking of a farmer. All of us are very familiar with farmers because we come from a farming community. Our parents, our grandparents have been farmers. And every farmer during the time of harvesting will weigh, the pros and cons. He will look at the outcome that he's expecting, the harvest that he is looking for. And based on the harvest that he is expecting, he will start from the very beginning, from the beginning point of looking at his land, making sure that fertilizers are according to the harvest that he is expecting. The seeds are sown into the soil based on the harvest that he is expecting. And that is just what we are talking about, outcome-based education. We as teachers need to begin to understand what we are expecting from our students at the end of the race. And it is not just enough to think about it once in a while, but throughout the entire process of our teaching and learning activity, all the strategies that are being utilized has to be focused on the basis of what we expect to receive at the end. That is the word that was used, demystifying outcome-based education, meaning making it clear, removing all the extra frills, the fear factor, the concerns, the worries, we need not enter into this with baggages. We can be very clear, nalla theliva irukkom. Teachers theliva irundha namakku or clarity irukkum. Namakku clarity irundha nama lesson plans clear agum. Nama lesson plans clear agundha nama strategies correct agum. Adukappuram dhaan our evaluation, assessment, and finally the end product. So have a wonderful day of academic deliberations. Please feel free to ask all the questions that come into your mind and make the best use of these excellent academic scholars who are here with us. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you, ma'am, for your inspiring words. Education is not preparation for life. Education is life itself. This profound note emphasizes the continuous and evolving nature of education, and who better to speak on the development of this journey than Dr. Ayapada's, his tireless efforts in enhancing the academic standards and fostering a culture of learning and innovation in our college are truly comfortable. We are now honored to welcome Dr. Ayapadas to review and provide us with his experts and perspectives on this program. Please join me in welcoming him with a warm round of applause.
Most respected Ponpandian sir, Prof. Mendus Jacob sir, Immediate Secretary of the institution, Principal sir, coordinators and directors who have already occupied the front row, coordinators from IPSR, doctors from Marian College, professors, associate professors and assistant professors of various states and from my own institution. Especially welcome to one and all who are present here. It is an additional layer which has given already, the welcome address has been given by Principal sir. And a special thanks to our Secretary Madam, because Madam has given a comprehensive coverage end to end. A little bit of welcome address, a little bit of felicitation, an introduction to chief guest. Actually, I was assigned to give here a program overview. Madam has given a program overview. And a bit of vote of thanks also. So an end-to-end package was there. So thank you, ma'am, for that. And yes, regarding the program overview, demystifying OB. Yesterday, our coordinator was asking me, so what is this demystifying OB? So now it's winter season. I will make it more clear. Maybe I will try to make it more clear. It's winter season. It is full of mist. If you want to have a very clear vision, definitely the mist should go down. So Professor Mendus Jacob sir is a specialist in cleaning this mist in OBE. So he is the protagonist, or he will be taking a lead role here. RVS College of Arts and Science will act as a catalyst to this demystifying OBE reaction I don't want to dwell into the chemistry details because Ponpandian is a doyen in chemistry. So when I'm using words like catalyst, reactants and products, I have to be very careful. And we want you to be that catalyst in your own colleges or your own higher education institutions. So please be, once the program is over, the outcome of this program is you should become the brand ambassadors of OBE in your own institutions. So that should be the outcome, the one-line outcome of this program. So that is the program overview. Again, whenever we are talking about OBE in higher education institution, pan-India, the teachers will tell, sir, since NAC is there, NIRF is there, either you like it or not, we need OBE. So I have a different dimension, rather we have a different dimension. As Secretary Madam rightly pitched up, OBE is not about satisfying the ranking authorities and the accreditation bodies. OBE is something beyond that. For example, if you want to really assess the theoretical skills and practical skills and to grade where your students are, there comes the importance of OBE, there comes the importance of Bloom's taxonomy. And demystifying here means to reinforce you that OBE is not mere engagement or mere putting some jargons like program outcome, program specific outcome, course learning outcome, or cognitive level. Beyond that, if you really, in letter and spirits, if you are employing this OBE system in your curriculum, your students will really become employable. So our sole purpose of outcome-based education is to make our students employable. At the end of the day, all the higher education institutions, our duty is to confirm that our students are getting a quality placement. So that is the purpose. Though we are telling that we are knowledge dissemination institutions or we are degree awarding institutions, everything is fine for as far as the philosophy is concerned. As far as practically, when you speak for a survival of the institution, for a survival of the students, you have to enable them to get hardcore or core job placements from your institution. So that should be our real goal. Our students should be placed in a core company with a good package. At the end of the day, that will solve your purpose. So in that angle, placement angle, employability angle, in that angle you please listen to the sessions. Technical sessions are tailor-made, very sequential sessions have been planned by sir. So I request all of you to make use of the session. And I am not going to delve into the details because that won't be fair, because the movie is going to release. Because before the release of the movie, I don't want to tell what will happen before the interval or what will be the climax and all. So sit back, relax and make use of this session. Thank you.
Now it's time to introduce our today's chief guest, Professor N. Ponpandian, Controller of Examination, Bharathiar University. Dr. N. Ponpandian is Professor and Head of the Department of Nanoscience and Technology and Controller of Examinations of Bharathiar University, Coimbatore. He was the former Director of IQAC, Bharathiar University. He is the Fellow of the Royal Society of Chemistry and Academy of Sciences, Chennai. He received his MSc and MPhil degree in physics from Marian College, Sivagasi, and obtained his PhD in physics materials science from the University of Madras. He was worked as a postdoctoral fellow in University of Nebraska, Lincoln, USA, and University of Rostock, Germany. He also served as a visiting scientist in Free University of Berlin in Germany and research associate in Indian Institute of Science. He has joined in the Department of Nanoscience and Technology of Bharathiar University as a reader. In March 2014, he has promoted as a professor, and since July 2015, he is heading the same department. Recently, he has received his Doctor of Science degree from Alagappa University, Karaikuri. He is the author and and co-author of more than 240 publications in peer-reviewed international journals and more than 190 papers in conferences, seminars, workshops, etc. He has 3 granted, 4 published patents, and edited 3 books, as well as written 30 book chapters. He has delivered more than 375 lectures in various events with different capacities. His papers are cited for more than 12,600 times by researchers throughout the world. He is an editorial board member in Scientific Reports, Nature Publishing Group, UK. He is the reviewer in more than 50 international journals. 17 research scholars have already obtained their PhD degree under his supervision, and he has guided 19 students for their MPhil degree. At present, 5 research scholars are working under his guidance. He has completed 13 research projects funded by UGC, DST, DRDO, the worth of rupees 3.5 crore, and 3 ongoing research projects for rupees 1.8 crore. He also became the coordinator for the UGC Special Assistance Program and DST First Program of the department. He has visited several universities in Germany and USA. He also obtained several awards such as Tamil Nadu Scientist Award, Senior Scientist Award by Science City, Government of Tamil Nadu, Young Scientist Award by International Union of Crystallography, and many more. He also has been listed as world top 2% scientist in applied physics based on focus. He is serving in different committees in various capacities in different organizations. He also involved in the fabrication of several instruments like ultra-high vacuum chamber for the preparation of ultra-pure nanomaterials by inert gas condensation process, high temperature sample holder for impedance measurements, vacuum melt spinning unit for preparing amorphous materials, ultra-high vacuum compatible Helmholtz coil for magnetic measurements in synchrotron radiation, and soft X-ray polarimeter with material preparation chamber for in situ X-ray absorption studies in synchrotron radiation. We are eager to hear from you, as your insights and experience will undoubtedly enrich our understanding and inspire us to strive for greater heights. I now invite you to kindly take the stage and share your thoughts with us, sir.
Thank you for the long introduction. A very good morning to all of you. Most respected principal of this college, as well as my close friends for the last 1 decade, Professor Shiv Kumar, and the vice principal, Dr. Ayyappa Das. We have known them for the last more than a decade. We are very good friends. And again, the secretary, Professor Sarama Samve, and today's special guest, Dr. Mendus Jacob, Director and Professor, Department of MCA, Marian College, Utica. And the team IQAC, that is actually, I like very well about this IQAC because I was a director for more than 7 years in the university. I know very well about their issues because they have to do so many things in this institution in terms of quality aspect. And again, the CDC, that is actually the main important section of any of the higher education institution. This curriculum, I will explain why that is very important. And again, my dear, head of the departments as well as teachers from these institutions as well as the participants from other institutions throughout India, a warm welcome and again good morning to all of you to attend this particular important workshop on outcome-based education. I know very well about the outcome-based education, but till now Whether it is exactly implemented or not, that is a very, very big question. Okay, because we have implemented outcome-based education, but we don't know up to which level. Okay. For example, in India, you all know that we have several accreditation and rankings. Everybody's interested is to improve the quality of higher education in this country. For that only, the NAC, the National Assessment and Accreditation Council, they are giving some grade together with some CGPA grade points. Again, in the NARO, they are also having some point. For example, in the NAC, they are evaluating the higher education institution in a 7-point scale. This NARO, they are evaluating the higher education institution in a 5-point scale. Okay, there are small difference, but almost they are verifying the same thing. Both are verifying the same thing. Again, in the engineering institution, there is another board, National Board of Accreditation. That way, they are evaluating. There are so many ranking agencies also, private and again international ranking agencies are there. Everybody is evaluating only few things and certain things. There, in the NAC, they are evaluating this curriculum. In the first criteria, they are evaluating the curriculum. That's why I mentioned about curriculum development cell. Every higher education institution, the core point is their curriculum. There only this outcome-based education also involved. Okay. In the curriculum, you all know that the first metrics they are asking about how you are framing the curriculum based on regional, national, and again international level. But just to think whether we are doing it or not. We have prepared the outcome-based education. Almost all the engineering institutions, it was implemented almost some 6-7 years back. Again, in the arts and science colleges also it was implemented at least a minimum of 5 years back. Okay, this institution also instituted this outcome-based education long time back. Okay, but do we really frame the outcome-based education curriculum? Just have a think. As far as myself is concerned, it is not. Not only this institution, all the places, we are not framing the outcome-based education syllabus. Okay, because for that I can tell you one example. I did my master's in 93 to 95. Okay, now that syllabus, I know the syllabus during that time. The same syllabus still exists in the form of outcome-based education. Why I am mentioning is, we made some decoration in that particular syllabus, that's all. Really, we have not framed the outcome-based education syllabus. Okay. Because during my period of study, I am watching the TV with the CRT-based display. Okay. After that, there are 5 different things happen in the television itself. That LCD-based TV, that is liquid crystal TV, again the plasma TV, then LED TV, now quantum LED TV, finally now organic LED TVs are available. Okay. But in the syllabus, in the electronics, okay, in the electronics, there is a subject called microprocessor, which we never use anywhere, but till many of the colleges, they are teaching the microprocessor. This is one example, that's what I just mentioned to you. Okay. This TV, there are 5 generations of TVs are already came. Nothing is teaching in that particular syllabus. This is what the problem. Okay, now, nobody is making CRT-based display TV. How the students will get benefited out of learning that particular subject? This is my own experience I am telling, based on my subject, I am explaining this is what happening in many other things. For example, in biology also, there are so many new diseases, so much of new diseases. Before that, we used to get only some fever, for that we use some tablet and we cure. But there are so many different kind of diseases now because of the pollution in the environment. Again, a lot of industries, because of the pollution, there are a lot of new diseases coming. For that, what we are learning, how to resolve those particular diseases. Is it possible to cure? Because you all know that in India, we always perform the incremental research, not any translational research. You know what is incremental and what is translational. We always performing only the incremental research because, for example, the fan that may rotate with 600 RPM, we may increase to 1000 RPM based on our research. This is what the research which we are performing. But the translational research is something different. Till we are not able to cure the cancer. If you find some drug for curing the cancer, that is a translation research. Do we do like that? It's not like that. This is a problem. Okay. For that, the syllabus has to be revamped based on the regional, national and international level. That is something different. For example, some time back, for example, some 2 decades or 3 decades back, this Coimbatore city is famous for cotton. Okay, this is Manchester of South India. In that way, they have a different industries. Now you think the same industries exist. We had a different type of industries in the city of Coimbatore. For that, how we are preparing the graduate to work in that particular industries. This is what outcome-based education. We have to create a curriculum for that particular company. Okay, what are the requirements for that companies, for that what the student has to learn. This is what we have to set a syllabus. But you have to again cover all this company. For example, nowadays some of the colleges, they are teaching some subject based on one particular company. Especially the computer science, they are giving chance to one particular company. That is also not good. Okay, they should have a vast knowledge, and because they may not get this job in the same company which they are giving exercise in the class. In that way, you have to give exercise to cover all the companies of Coimbatore. That is what setting the syllabus in the regional level. Again, in India, there also everything based on the technology, based on the industrial revolution. You all know that we are in the industry 4.0, and even now we have started almost moving to the industry 5.0. Okay. In the industry 4.0, there are so many components that are all based on the artificial intelligence, machine learning, again, a lot of other the computer-based revolutions which we are doing, again, Internet of Things and all those things. Okay, for that only we are working now. Again, in the teaching methodology also, previously we have adopted ICT-based techniques to teach the students. Now the AI tools also comes in. We have to follow the artificial intelligence-based tools in the teaching learning process too. In that way, the technology is improving like anything. For that, we have to improve the syllabus. For example, you all know that most of the colleges, almost the basic science courses are vanishing, especially mathematics, physics, chemistry subjects are almost vanishing. Do you know the reason why? Again, the teaching methodology. Okay, the teaching methodology is in very poor condition in the school level. Okay, the students are only studying; they never learn anything. Okay, they are not at all learning anything. Even if you go and ask a postgraduate student, physics students, just tell them to define what is physics. Definitely, they may not. Okay, that is what learning. Do you think that they don't know the answer? No, that is also not correct. They know the answer, but they don't know how to explain that. That is the thing. Because they have studied, based on that they know what is physics, but they don't know what to explain based on that particular thing. This is what happening. Because when I was a kid, learning in my elementary school, my science teacher, he used every day when he comes to the classroom, he brings so many things together with him and keep it in the table and explain one by one in the experimental way. Nowadays it is not happening. Okay, if the student, they have to read the entire book and just to vomit that particular topic. In that way they can score 100 out of 100. Do you think that the mark is useful for them? Never. that is not at all useful. Okay, even the student, they can score 60 marks and they have some ability, that itself enough. That is what skill-based learning. That is what this outcome-based education that tells us. We have to impart the skill to the students. That is what the most important thing. For that only, they are setting to evaluate the student in a different knowledge level. Starting from the remembrance level. Remember, understanding, apply, analysis, evaluate, and again finally to find out the creative level thinking student. The creative, how the students will become a creative level thinking student? For that they have to think. And based on the thinking, they become the innovators. They become the innovators. Who are the innovators? For that, do you have to do any research? No, never. You don't have to do any research. You just think. Based on your thinking, you become the innovator. For that, I can tell you one simple example how you become the innovator. Okay. For example, you want to drink 1 cup of tea. What are the procedures you have to do? You have to make a hot water, you have to take a cup, and again you have to pour the water in the cup after making it hot. Again you have to dip a tea on that, and again you throw the packet of tea and drink the tea. This is what the usual process. There is a small innovation on that. Okay, what is that innovation? There is a plastic cup. That's one we are drinking. There is a bottom. There is a round one. Again, top of that there is a cylindrical. Both are stitched at the bottom. There, what they made the innovation is actually they take a one cloth cover. Okay, there is a small cloth cover that is filled with some tea leaves, and again that cover, that pad, that is stitches together with the bottom of that particular cup. In that way, if you pour the water and again drink the tea, throw it away the cup. This is what a small innovation. For that, do you need any research? No, you need to have a small kind of thinking. In that way, you can get that. This is what the innovation. For that, you have to make the students to become that innovator. That should be done through the outcome-based education to set a skill. This outcome, you know that this outcome-based education is actually the learner-centric approach. What the student needs, that only we have to teach. Again, the NAC insists us to make a curriculum. There, the better curriculum based on choice-based credit system. Again, outcome-based education. Again, LOCF, that is learning outcome-based curricular framework. And finally, now the government has introduced the NEP, New Education Policy, that's 2020. There also, one of the biggest component is outcome-based education. Okay, they are giving some regulations. We have to follow that regulation. Based on that, we have to prepare the syllabus. Now, based on all this, again, regional, national, international. In that way, we are framing the curriculum. Okay, that will give only the core knowledge for that particular student. Now, how the curriculum can be strengthened or enriched. Okay, in the NAC, again, in the first criteria, you all know that there are 4 different steps. What is the framing curriculum, enriching the curriculum, again, flexibility in learning, finally the feedback. These are the 4 different components in the first criteria of NAC. You frame the curriculum, that has to be enriched. Okay, because nowadays in the school level, they are teaching the students for clearing joint entrance examination and NEET examination. Okay. That is not correct again. You are not teaching for JEE or NEET. You are teaching the students to learn the subject. That is what very important. Here also in the college also, we are not framing any curriculum for any, just say, NET or CSIR or any other national level examination. If you teach the curriculum in a much clear way, they have to clear all those exams. That is the prime aim. But nowadays it is going in the opposite way. அது என்ன அப்படின்னாக்கி क्वेश्चन பேப்பரை கொடுத்து பையனை படிச்சிடுங்க அப்படின்னு சொல்ற மாதிரி actually. Okay, all the things which we are happening is we are giving the question paper in that way they have to learn. We are not teaching any subject. This is what's happening in the present education system. That should be modified. That is what this outcome-based education. Again, you should have some exercise to the student. The success of outcome-based education is based on your evaluation. Not only framing the curriculum. Framing the curriculum is nothing. Because I have already mentioned, we are using the same syllabus, just putting the course objective on top. Next to that, what are the 5 course outcomes, 3 or 5 course outcomes. At the end of the course, for example, a particular paper, we put one table that you are matching the course outcome with the program outcome. This is what the syllabus was made. All the unit 1, unit 2 up to unit 5 syllabus remains same. But there also what the teacher, the course teacher has to play a vital role. Their evaluation play a vital role in the success of outcome-based education. That is the reason the NAC, they have introduced the second criteria. First criteria is to frame it a very good curriculum and enriching the curriculum, because the curriculum, second point, the enrichment means skill development. What are the skills you are additionally giving out of learning the core curriculum? Core curriculum is your syllabus. This enrichment is actually the value-added courses, certificate courses, skill-oriented courses, again the language courses. All these are actually the curriculum enrichment. For that, what are the flexibility you are giving in learning all those things? That is what the next step. For example, we have implemented the choice-based credit system with core, elective and allied subjects. Elective, just think of elective. Whether you are choosing the elective, choice of selecting the elective to the students? No, not at all. Okay, the elective, again it is a compulsory elective. That is again intra-department elective. That should not be. In the choice-based credit system, elective should be interdepartmental elective. There is a student from life science. He wanted to learn some computer science. At least 5 semesters, he should learn 5 subjects from the computer science department. In that way, he is specialized in the computer science, even though he learned the life science. This is what the choice-based credit system, which we have not implemented completely. And another important thing in the choice-based credit system is continuous internal assessment system. We are making it as a compulsory internal assessment system. Okay, these are the things that lacunas in implementing all those things. Like that, in the OBE, there are some good components are there that has to be find out. We have to find out that things and implement that things. In that way, the students will be much beneficial. That is, one among them is actually effective delivery of curriculum. Even though you have prepared the outcome-based education, how you are effectively delivering. For that, the receiving end also should be good. For that only the NAC, in the second criteria, first metrics, they are mentioning about the quality of the students. How you are selecting the students. Whether you are conducting entrance examination or you are admitting the students in terms of merit, like that they are. The next important thing is you have an effective curriculum. How it can be delivered? For that you need a quality teachers. The first thing is a quality teachers. In that way, in the quality aspect of teachers, they are evaluating so many things. And again, whether that teachers, these teachers are actually frequently updating their knowledge or not. That is another important thing. One among them, for example, the computer science. Every year, almost they are revising their curriculum. Now they have implemented the data science, artificial intelligence, machine learning, Python programming, and so many things. All the teachers, most of the institutions, the teachers are permanent teachers. During their post-graduation, they might not know about all these subjects. For that, whether they are updating their knowledge through something, that can be verified. That is what the second step of the second criteria of the second of the second criteria of NAC is entirely based on the evaluation process. How you are evaluating the students. That is what important in the outcome-based education too. how you are evaluating the students. How do we evaluate? Only conducting the examination and giving some assignment and on seminar. This is what we are evaluating the students. Do you think that all these 6 different knowledge levels, starting from remembrance to creative level thinking, is it possible to evaluate through the written examination? Or even in the written examination also, you are evaluating only the internal examination. The external examination paper may be evaluated by someone else. In that way, do you find out the creative level thinking student in your class? No, not at all possible. That is the reason the Bharathiar University has introduced 50-50, the internal 50 marks and the external 50 marks. There, the course teacher has to play a vital role in the evaluation process of outcome-based education. There are different things to be done to evaluate the student in terms of outcome-based education. Okay, the first thing, written is one part of examination. That is also you have to do. Okay, but in addition to that, the assignment, most of us, what we give the assignment is you have to write something or you have to solve some problem. This is what we used to give as an assignment. Again, seminar, some students may teach in the blackboard with a chalk, and again, some students they prepare some slides and explain something. This is what the seminar. Okay, in that way, do you again you think that you can able to verify all these 6 different knowledge level? No. Again, especially to find the creative level thinking student, they are innovative. You have to find out how much innovative they become, and that you need different kind of exercises. For that, for example, if there is a computer science student, okay, he may be very good in developing some mobile app, or he may be interested in some hardware in the computer. For that, you have to give some exercise for that. Again, in the seminar also, there are a lot of new innovative ideas exist. Okay, if you tell the students that you can create one movie for giving your seminar, they can able to bring it. Okay, that is what you have to do. There's a knowledge level can be tested with different kind of exercises. In that way, you have to give mark for that, not only written examination. Another kind of exercise should be oral examination. In that particular place only, many of the students are getting failed. Okay, because they scored 95 or 99 marks sometimes. But when you go and enter in the interview, even they may not able to answer a single question. Because the interview is actually the presence of mind what they have. But it is not happening. We used to interview many students during PhD or some project interview like that. We interviewed several students. Some good students, they scored more than 90 or 95% mark. Many times they may not able to answer even a single question in their subject, their own subject. But some of the students, they scored 60 or 65% mark. They can able to answer several questions. That is the difference. That is the difference in studying and learning. Studying provide only the mark. The learning give a lot of new ideas. There's a lot of innovative ideas. In that way only, the second part of the second criteria is most important in terms of outcome-based education. Okay, in the NAAC manual also you might have seen, you have already gone for a NAAC recently. You know very well that how they are evaluating the outcome-based education, the evaluation pattern of the outcome-based education. There only you have to find out the student knowledge level. You are having in the outcome-based education, you are calculating course outcome, program specific outcome, program education objective out there. In the course outcome, okay, you are evaluating the course outcome together with already there is a table in which part they should be strong, again medium, low, like that you have mentioned. In that way you are evaluating the students in the course outcome. Finally you should map with the program outcome. From that you may find out that some good performing students, some of them may be, their performance may be little poor. For that only you are giving some remedial act. For that the remedial coaching you are giving something. For that again the evaluation pattern. the outcome, calculating the course outcome, program specific outcome is much important. There again the evaluation pattern play a vital role. Okay, the syllabus is almost the same, but based on our innovative thinking, the teachers' innovative thinking, you can make that syllabus also to become the outcome-based education syllabus based on your evaluation pattern. That is what I always insist. For that, there are so many mechanisms now comes in. I have small introduction, small discussion with the sir. He has mentioned about so many things. Okay, upon again in the outcome-based education, I hope definitely he might explain so many things about the outcome-based education in this particular workshop. In that way, you can effectively implement the outcome-based. You have implemented, that I agree, but effective implementation, that is the most important thing. If you effectively implement that particular thing, definitely the students will be much beneficial, because the next generation student should be a skill-oriented student. Based on the skill only, they will get their job. Because, for example, many institutions, they are conducting the placement interview. Based on that, they got a placement. After entering into the company, they think that they are not useful for that particular job. In that way, they are actually thrown out from that particular company. That's why this is what the skill. Okay, again, the language as well as the skill, both are very important. In that way, if we set a skill to that particular student to stay in that particular company after getting the placement, their career, their future will be much improved. For that, we have to do something. For that only this outcome-based education. Again, till we are following the choice-based credit system, together with the outcome-based education, again, this can go to the NEP 2020. There, the interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary things. For example, many people think that our state is not yet implemented the new education policy, but it is not. The new education policy is announced in July 2020, but before that also, most of the institutions in South India, they are already following so many components in the new education policy. One is a interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary policy. Because of that only, there are so many applied science departments were created. All the applied science departments are basically interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary departments. In that way, that is one important component of NEP. And another important component is actually ABC, that is a academic bag of credit, that everybody should follow. Our government, our state government of Tamil Nadu also, they are key in interest on implementing the ABC. For that, they are conducting so many workshops. The Tamil Nadu this Electronic Corporation, EGA, TNEGA, they are conducting so many workshops to implement the academic bank of credit. Another important aspect is actually digital learning. Digital learning, that is online learning, that we have already implemented during the corona itself. In 2020 onwards, everybody knows about the online based learning. The UGC also insisting to learn the students through online. Like that, most of the components, without implementing the new education policy, we are following. That is the reason most of the institutions in southern India, they are having much big score in the NEC. Okay, because most of the institutions in southern India, they are having A or A plus and A double plus. Okay, compared to northern state of India, the southern state institutions have more number of A plus and A double plus institutions. That is because of these reasons, because there are many components, many metrics in the NAC that is belongs to these particular things. Okay. Now, we should effectively implement this outcome-based education. For that, definitely this workshop will help you to effective implementation of outcome-based education. With this, maybe I can stop my lecture. I hope this workshop will be highly beneficial for you. Please keep learning. Again, we should also learn. Okay. Teachers are actually a lifelong learner. We always should learn more and more. Then only we can teach more things. For that reason only, again, the NAC is having another criteria, that is a research. Okay, we should not only read and teach the student, we should learn something and teach the student. For that only the research component. Okay, based on the research, we are learning so many things. In that way, if you teach that learned subject to the students, you can effectively deliver that particular content to the student. That is what the next component, that is the research. And all these need, for example, effective curriculum, preparation of effective curriculum, delivering of effective curriculum, again evaluation and doing research. What you need? A very good infrastructure. Curriculum means you need a very good library. Together nowadays there are a lot of online books. In that way, the internet connectivity and computers and all that things. Again, the research need all the research labs. Again, the teaching need very good research, the teaching infrastructure, classroom with ICT, AA tools, like that. Again, the evaluation also, you need a robust system, then only you can effectively correct the paper and publish the result in time, because NAC insisting to publish the result within 2 weeks of time. Okay. In that way, the infrastructure play a vital role. Again, the student support, finally the sixth component, another important one, that is a governance. All this has to be effectively done in a higher education institution. The leadership play a vital role. The high quality leadership is a vital role. I hope that will support the entire institution to develop their quality. Everybody, everywhere they are talking about the quality. The quality never reach 100%. Okay. If it reach 100%, there is no further growth. Okay. The quality have lot of space. We always should make the quality better and better. For that, the NAC is giving 7 criteria, NIRF is giving 5 criteria, and again the international ranking is giving 7 criteria. We have to adopt that. In that way, the quality of every higher education institution keep on improve. In that way, this particular institution also improve based on all these criteria. I wish you all the best and again success in this particular workshop. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much for your inspiring and elaborative talk on outcome-based education. With this, we conclude the inauguration ceremony. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to our dignitaries. Thank you so much for your presence and make this event very successful. Now, I am pleased to announce that we will be having tea break. It is located in front of girls' hostel, exactly opposite to this hall. Please feel free to take this time to refresh yourself, grab a cup of tea or coffee and network with fellow attendees. The break will last for 10 minutes, after which we will resume with the technical session. Thank you, dear participants. Please carry on. We encourage you to stay engaged and make the most of the expertise shared by our speaker. So let's begin. Now, it's my pleasure to introduce our guest of honor and the session's leader, a person whose academic expertise and entrepreneurial journey have been nothing short of inspiring. Dr. Mendus Jacob, the CEO of IPSR Solutions Limited, India, and Valor Technologies, UK, is a renowned academician and entrepreneur with over 30 years of experience in the fields of education, technology, and operations research. His leadership has shaped the growth of IPSR Solutions, leading to multiple prestigious awards, including the Sam and Patra Award from the Ministry of Finance, Government of India, and the Best Education Technology Solution Provider 2019 Award. Dr. Jacob's dedication to education is further exemplified by his role as a research guide at Asia University and Lincoln University, Malaysia, and his contributions to numerous national and international seminars and faculty development programs. Without further ado, let us welcome Dr. Mendus Jacob to lead us through this exciting technical session. Please join me in extending a warm round of applause for Dr. Mendus Jacob.
Thank you, madam, for the nice introduction. My dear respected faculty colleagues, good morning. So I think the outcome-based education is already demystified by the previous speakers, especially the chief guest. It was a wonderful talk, connecting all these accreditation, everything with OB. So today we will have more practical sessions, not the theory, because already I think all of you might have attended at least one OB section, no? Previously, somewhere, I hope. Okay. So we will not be covering the philosophy or the theoretical part. We will be discussing about the practical things. So how we can implement it properly in our institutions. Okay. That is the core of today's section, and it will be a participatory nature. You can also contribute, because as teachers, you cannot sit in the class now. Can we sit in the class? No. For how much time maximum? How much time you can sit in the class?
We don't sit in the class. We don't sit in the class.
You don't sit in the class, okay. We don't sit in the class, but if you want to sit in the class, how much time you can sit?
Hardly 2 to 3 minutes.
3 minutes. Good. Yeah, 20 minutes. One of us saying 20 minutes. 1 hour as a faculty. Is that it? We could get the person. So that is wonderful.
Sir, we will check, sir, now.
You will check. Okay.
We will check whether they are going to sleep or not.
So we have a strong relationship with the RVS College for the last 6-7 years. We are associating with RVS College, and whenever we used to visit Coimbatore, we used to visit the RVS College also. And Madam is also an expert in OB. Now she's implementing OB, so you will also join now.
Yes.
The discussions. Last time when I did a talk here, she was explaining it in Tamil. So you can do the same thing today.
Oh, sure.
Yeah. How many of you are outside Tamil Nadu? Okay. How many of you can understand? You cannot understand Tamil? Anybody? Everybody can understand Tamil. Okay. Malayalam? Okay. Good. So we will discuss in regional languages also, because if it is our language, I think close to our heart. I cannot speak Tamil, Madam will speak Tamil. Okay. Yeah. Again, regarding the attention span of a faculty, already you have mentioned 3 minutes or maximum 1 hour, it's okay, fine. What about the attention span of a student nowadays? Any idea? 20 minutes. 20 minutes. 15 minutes. Madam, what is the attention of a student?
Student is half an hour.
Half an hour. 3 minutes. Okay. So, anyway, according to the recent research, it's only maximum 8 minutes. 8 minutes. Okay. Now we are teaching them for minimum 1 hour. 1 hour is our session. And we are teaching them, but they are not listening. That's the problem. And that is the relevance of outcome-based education comes. That is where we have to apply OB. And in OB, there is a shift. There is a paradigm shift from teaching to learning. So what is that shift? From teaching to learning. That means we have to identify more learning activities rather than teaching activities. That is very important. That is the crux of outcome-based education. Okay, so the chief guest was mentioning about all these things. Is that everything? And regarding teaching also, we have to identify innovative teaching, learning, assessment activities. That is the importance of it. Okay, I will start with one report. Everywhere when I start a section on OB, I usually start with this report. This is also an eye-opening report for faculty members with us. And this is one of the reports of a study conducted in Indian education system. The study was for 4 years. This is considered to be the biggest ethnography study conducted in Indian education system, covering education institutions from south to north, from west to east, covered all over India. And what is this is one of the report. The entire study will be published by Columbia University, US. Okay, as a book. No, I think you can read it. No, the fact. What is written there? 94% of graduates are confused graduates. 94% graduates are confused graduates. They can recall facts and repeat information. They can only memorize the things. They can only memorize the things and they can write answers for questions like what is. If you ask a question, what is? If you ask a question like define something, okay, they can write the answer because they're just memorizing it. The chief guest was mentioning about science subjects, how to study science subject. Okay, you have to understand it. Instead of memorizing it, if the student is able to understand the concept, that is very important. Okay, now the second level is understanding level, comprehension. According to Bloom's taxonomy, the first level is Romer level. The second level is understanding level or comprehension. You can see only 3.7% of graduates are average graduates. 3.7% of graduates are average graduates. That means they can explain the ideas. They can understand the ideas, then only they can explain it. Okay, only we have 3.7%. Okay, then coming to the next level, that is applied level, you can see 1.5%. 1.5% of graduates are practical graduates. That means they can understand the concept and they can apply it in the real life situation. Okay, so the first two levels, 94 plus 3.7, that means 97.7% of graduates are in the first two levels. And only 1.5% the practical level. And if you go up, we have less than 1%. Okay, we have less than 1% of Indian students to be able to analyze the things, will be able to evaluate and finally create something. And they are the potential innovators and startup founders. This is the situation. Now, coming to the first two levels, they will not get a job in future. What is the reason? The students who belong to the first two levels, they may not get a job in future. What is the reason?
Because they can only recall it.
Yeah.
Only they can remember it.
Yeah, only remembering
They
level.
don't practically apply it to something.
They are not practically applying it. These are reasons. But again, with AI, artificial intelligence, all these category of students will be replaced by robots or AI. Okay, so as a faculty, it is our duty to bring our students to the next level, at least to the applied level. Nowadays, companies are recruiting people from the second level onwards. The first level means you will get a job, maybe clerical job or even less than that. But at least if you are the second level, you will get a job in an IT company. Nowadays, all these IT companies, TCS or Infosys, they are recruiting people from the second level. But in future, they will be recruiting students only from the third level onwards. Okay, so that is the problem. Again, this shows the relevance of outcome-based education. Okay, so we have to bring our students to the at least to the third level, and what we can do for that, that we will discuss today. Okay, so I think the Bloom's taxonomy is almost clear to all of you. You have heard about Bloom's taxonomy. We will just go through that also. We will, and we will have an exercise. I already shared 2 documents with you. Excel sheet. Don't look it now. We will do it after this section, and that is a practical thing. We will discuss it because we have to understand where we are. Then only we have to set a benchmark. Okay. Now, coming to the Bloom's taxonomy, I will just go through some of the slides. We will quickly go through the slides because I think most of you are familiar with the Bloom's taxonomy. We'll have discussions. Definitely, we'll have some examples. Okay. So everybody knows what is learning. Learning is a process that leads to change. It's okay. No explanation is required. Learning is a process of bringing out certain desired behavioral changes in an individual. It's also correct. Some statement. The expected goal of a curriculum in terms of demonstrable skills of knowledge is termed as learning objectives. In earlier days, we used to write learning objectives when we design curriculum. When we design the syllabus, we will write the learning objectives. Nowadays, what we will write? Objectives are there plus outcomes. We will also write outcomes. So, what is outcome? Learning outcomes are the observable and measurable. Observable and measurable end product of learning. It is the observable indicators of objectives. Or in other words, as an example, now we have a section on Bloom's taxonomy. This is a section on Bloom's taxonomy. Suppose I am conducting a test, an assessment among the participants. Okay, so just to understand your knowledge about Bloom's taxonomy. After the section, again I am conducting an assessment. That difference is the outcome of this section. Is it correct? That difference is the outcome of this section. The same way, what is course outcome then? You are starting a course at the beginning of the semester. At the end of the semester, we will be completing the course. In between, we have a lot of teaching learning activities. We have the assessments. And finally, we will complete the course at the end of the semester. And what difference it makes in the students? The students means the observable and measurable changes happen in that classroom, that student, among that students. That is the course outcome. The same way we have the program outcome at the end of the program. The beginning of the program and the end of the program, what is the difference? Difference in skills, in knowledge, in attitude. Okay, that is the outcome, program outcome. The same way we have program specific outcomes. So outcome is very simple. What is the difference? What is the change happened among the students? In terms of knowledge, in terms of skills, and in terms of attitude. Okay. So that is outcome. Now, coming to Bloom's taxonomy, this is Benjamin Bloom. Bloom's taxonomy is very important because you can see, read the last sentence there. Bloom's taxonomy framework is the basis for designing curriculum, selection of teaching methodology, and design of appropriate exam questions. Okay, this is very important. If you want to design the curriculum, you need Bloom's taxonomy for assessment, for learning activities everywhere. you are applying Bloom's taxonomy. Okay, now Bloom's taxonomy is a set of 3 hierarchical models used to classify educational learning into levels of complexity and specificity. Okay, that's right. Now, I have a question for you, because I already mentioned this is a practical session. As a teacher, what are our strong pillars? All of us are faculty members or teachers. What are the strong pillars of a teacher?
So knowledge and delivery.
Knowledge is important and delivery of the content. That skill. Or communication skill or something like that. That is okay. Anything else? What makes you a great teacher? What are the other qualities?
Kindness.
Kindness.
Feedback from the students, collecting feedback. Kindness. Yeah.
Understanding the requirement of student.
Understanding the requirement of the student. Understanding the student. Okay. Communication skills. Madam has already mentioned it. Okay. Anything else? Anything else to require?
Attitude.
Huh?
Learning new things.
Learning new things.
Attitude.
Attitude.
Updating knowledge.
Updating knowledge.
Development of the students, how they developing.
Yeah. So you should be interested in the development of the student. Good. Anything else? Any further qualities required? Or only this much is okay? Huh? Practical experience. That's also good. Able to attention of the student. Yeah. Then
Understanding the competencies of the student.
understanding the
Competencies.
competencies of the student. Understanding the student, that is important, no? In all ways, like competencies or skills or his problems, empathy, sympathy. What things are should be there, no? Counseling ability. You should be there, no? Yeah. So all these are some of the skills required to become a great teacher. Okay. Sorry. Can we classify these areas into 3 broad areas? All these things we have mentioned, all the skills, knowledge, many things. Can we classify this into 3 broad areas?
So knowledge, skill and attitude.
Knowledge, skill and attitude. Very good. Knowledge, skill and attitude, or attitude, skill and knowledge. Ask. We always mention ask. Attitude, skill, knowledge. Okay. Attitude, skill, knowledge. These are the 3 pillars to become a good teacher. The same way, these are the 3 pillars to become a good professional. If you want to become a good professional, attitude should be there, skill should be there, knowledge should be there. Same for teachers. And we can look at Bloom's taxonomy. Benjamin Bloom clearly defined all these things. What are they? These are the 3 domains. Cognitive domain, which represents the knowledge. Affective domain, which represents the attitude. And the psychomotor domain, which represents the skill. Okay, this is the Bloom's taxonomy. These are the 3 domains of Bloom's taxonomy. And based on these 3 domains, we have developed further into it, the Bloom's taxonomy. Okay, and we are mainly dealing with the cognitive domain for assessments. But when we design POs, program outcomes, you have all the 3 domains already there, listed there, right? You may have ethics in your PO. You may have ethics, you may have sustainability values. Okay, all these things are there in your PO. So when we design the program outcomes, all the 3 domains will be there. Okay. But when we design the questions, frame the questions or assessments, usually focus on the cognitive domain. But all the other 3 domains, all the other 2 domains are already integrated into the cognitive domain to design the assessments. That we will discuss. Okay. Now these are the 3 domains mentioned by Bloom's taxonomy. Sorry, Benjamin Bloom for designing the Bloom's taxonomy. This is a revised form of the Bloom's taxonomy. Already we have mentioned remembering, understanding, applying. Remembering means recalls from memory. That means just memorizing the things. That is remember level. Understanding level means explaining ideas or concepts. If you want to explain something, then you have to understand the concept. That is the second level of learning. First level is simply memorizing. Second level is understanding the concept. Okay. You have to understand the concept. That is the second level. And without understanding, you cannot apply. Only after understanding the concept, you can apply the concept. Okay, so that is the third level. And after the third level comes the analyze level. What is it? Simple example, if you want to buy a mobile phone, what do you do? You will analyze the features of different sets, different products. Okay. And finally, you will choose one. You will analyze all the features and finally, you will choose one. That is the evaluation. Analyzing it and you will be able to judge. Okay, that is the evaluation. Is it okay? So, or in other words, I think all of you are doing research. As a faculty, you are doing research. What you are doing there? Like if you want to publish a paper, what do you do? You will be analyzing the previous purpose. Previously published papers in your topic. Literature survey. If you are doing research, literature survey, what is that? What is literature survey? That is analysis. That is analysis. And you will be identifying a gap. Okay. And you will be working on that. That is evaluation. Identifying that gap, because if you are thorough with the concept, if you are after analysis of the entire literature, you can come out with a new topic. You can identify a gap. That is the evaluation level. And finally, you will be coming up with a research paper. If it is published in a good journal, you can say that you have created something. With research, we are creating something. Is it correct? So that is the creating. So that is the create level. So in every subject we can do it. Okay. Is it correct? That is the create level. Okay. So some other examples. Which subject you belong to, most of you? How many of you belong to science? How many of you are from science background? Faculty members? Science, okay. Then humanities, arts, humanities, how many of you are there? Commerce? Management? Management, okay. Any other subjects? Medical? Medical. Medical means paramedical or medical? Ayurveda. Then, anybody left? Madam? Engineering. Sorry, engineering. How many engineering? Engineering. No. Anybody from computer science? So many are there. Okay. Okay. Now we will have some examples. We can also suggest some examples of some assessments based on these taxonomy levels. Or we will take one example of a topic, GST. Everywhere I used to consider this as an example. GST means everybody knows what is GST. Goods and service tax. Goods and service tax. So if you ask a question like, what is GST? What is the level of that question?
Remember.
Proper level. Just memorizing it and you can give the answer. What is GST? Okay. Then, what is the understanding level question on same subject, GST? Can you frame a question on the understanding level?
GST actually the process. The process of the thing which is
The process of?
yes. It is just like what's the process behind GST? Like how we are paying tax, and that will be your understanding of like this.
Okay. In that case, you have to understand.
Yes.
If you have to understand the concept of GST, then only you can explain it with some examples also. Okay. If you ask a question like explain GST, what is the level? Explain GST.
Understand.
Explain GST is understand level or remember level? Or if I ask a question like explain GST in your own words, what is the difference between these two questions? Explain GST and explain GST in your own words. Explain GST is remember level. Explain GST in your own words is understanding level. Okay. There is a difference. And explain is an action verb from the understand level. But simply action verb will not do. Okay. Then, what is the next level? Apply. The same topic. Can you frame a question on GST in the apply level?
What are the types of GST?
What are the types of GST? Types means different percentages. Sir was telling this question, asking this question like, what are the types of GST? What is that level? Remembering. Sir, it's only remembering level because they can just memorize the different tax rates or something like that. That is what you mean. They can memorize it and they can answer the question. It's only remember level. So,
How GST can be applied in food and
how?
restaurants? How GST can be applied in goods or like food
How GST
industry?
can be applied in
Goods, like
fruits?
product or food industry, like billing, we will find it now, sir.
Rate of tax.
Where, rate of tax where we are using.
State level.
So giving a scenario to the student.
Application. You can
Yeah.
just frame a question.
Given a scenario, X runs a company with an investment of say 10 lakhs.
Yeah.
And he's into manufacturing sector, purchases few raw materials from somewhere, converts that into a finished product. So calculate the profit.
What is the GST implication?
Yes.
Exactly. This is an application level question. So you bring scenarios. That's very important. Madam, you are from management side.
No, I'm from engineering.
Engineering. Okay. You are from management side. So especially for management subjects, we can bring scenarios. That is very important. Then only the student will think. Chief just was mentioning about thinking. The thinking process. This is a question the student will think. And he will be able to apply it if you ask a question like this. It's a very good question. And you can add many things to the scenario, then it can become an analyzed level question. This is simply an application level question. If you add something more, some, say for example, some ethics you can connect with that scenario. Then you can map it with the POs. If ethics is there in your PO. And again, you can add something else like a sustainability or something like that. Many things you can add with the scenario. Especially in management, in commerce, in arts, many subjects you can have scenario-based questions. Science maybe it's difficult, but all other disciplines it's easy. Especially in your medicine, Ayurveda, you have all scenario-based case studies or something like that. For you, it's very easy. And I think you are already applying OB. That's why I exception for this medical faculty members, we are already applying OB. Whenever you have the case studies or scenarios. Yeah. So that is application level, then analyze, or if you ask the student to prepare a GST return, the students be able to prepare a GST return of a business company. Most of students they will not. That is application. Yeah. Then analyze level. If you ask the student to analyze, find the difference between GST and VAT. VAT is the former system. GST is the new system. Okay. If you ask the student to analyze or differentiate between, or what are the differences between VAT and GST, That can be an analyze level question. And what is the evaluate level question then? Can you suggest something?
Just by giving a percentage, we can ask them to, just by giving a percentage of GST, we can ask them to analyze which category it belongs. Maybe, no.
Or if the GST has been already calculated, if GST has been already been calculated, trying to evaluate whether it is as per 18% or the percentage given to a particular product.
GST is already calculated.
Calculated.
Yeah.
We are just trying to find out whether it's been done accurately as per the given percentage for the product.
If it is a complex scenario, then it's fine.
Okay.
If it's a simple problem, it will not make much difference. That's a good. You are teaching engineering and now you are coming up with the management.
It's there with everybody.
Huh? You are
It's there
dealing with everybody. Which college you belong to?
I belong to Hindustan.
Hindustan College of Engineering. Okay. So you should join our team now as a resource person.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah. So these are some innovative assessments. So evaluation, okay, this is an example. Otherwise, if you ask the student to analyze VAT and GST, the difference between VAT and GST, and identify the pros and cons. Or what are the advantages and disadvantages of both the systems? In that case, the student has to evaluate. Judging. Evaluation means judgment. What the judges are doing. What they are doing. They are analyzing the cases. They are studying the cases and finally come out with a judgment. Okay. So evaluation. That also evaluation. So if you ask the student to identify the pros and cons of both VAT and GST, that is evaluation. And again, if you ask the student to create a new system instead of GST, create a new system instead of GST after identifying the pros and cons of all the systems available in the world. In UK, it is GST, it is what? You study all the systems and come out with a new system. That is a create level question. Now, can we ask this question for the substantive exam? Can we ask this create level question? Create a new system of GST. This is a create level question. Can you ask this for the substantive exam? No, it is not possible because in 2 hours or 3 hours the student is not able to write the answer for this particular question. It requires more time. It requires lot of study, lot of research, and this can be a question for your assignment or a project or something like that, or for continuous assessment. That is why Bharathiar University has changed that ratio, no? 50% for continuous assessment and 50% for a substantive exam. Because if you want to implement outcome-based education in a proper way, you need more continuous assessments. Only through continuous assessment you can evaluate a student, not by a 2-hour exam or 3-hour exam. And all these type of assessments only you can give for the continuous assessments, as assignments or as seminars or projects. Okay. Even you cannot ask an evaluator question in most cases. It's very difficult. So if you ask the student to identify the pros and cons of GST after studying the entire systems available in the world, can you answer that? The student cannot answer it. No? Is it possible? No. The same way with other subjects also. This is only an example, GST. If you are from computer science student faculty, in computer science what we ask, we ask like develop a program. We ask a question like develop a program. What is the level of that question?
Creating the
Create. Is it actually create the question?
They are developing, right, sir? They are developing, they are creating their own idea.
That is maximum understanding. The same. Most cases remember level, because you will be giving a lot of programs in the class and asking them one of the same program over the exam. But the action verb starts with the develop. Develop is an action verb from the create level. that is not a create level question. Actually, it is not a create level question. If it is a create level question, all the computer science students, they belong to the top category. We have only less than 1% students in India which belong to the top category. Okay, that is not create level. Now, IT companies, when they recruit, what they do? They have an aptitude test, okay, fine. Then?
GD, group discussion.
GD, okay, fine. After that, coding, what they will ask? What is their method, recruitment method?
Evaluate the program. They are giving some codings.
They will give some code.
What will be the output? What are the processing that's
They will ask the student to optimize the code. Code optimization. What is the level of that assessment? The student is given a code, say of 1,000 lines, for example. Okay, and the student is asked to reduce the number of lines, reduce the running time. That means code optimization. That is one of the tasks given by the IT companies nowadays. What is the level of this assessment?
Analyze the results.
Minimum analyze level. Minimum analyze level. And again, debugging. They will give a code, lines of code, and ask to debug the code if there are errors. Again, what is that level? It can go up to evaluate, analyze, or evaluate. So that is the way recruitments are happening, but we are training the students only the proper level and understand level. It is not your problem, it's my problem also. In my college also the same thing happens. Okay, it is there everywhere. Now we have to change the strategy. Then only our students will get a job. That is very important. Okay. And if you change the strategy, most of the teachers, they will say, our students are coming from rural areas. They cannot answer such questions. What is your opinion? Is it correct? It is correct, no? Our students will not be able to answer such questions. It's correct.
If we give them proper training or like.
Yeah, if we give them proper training, okay, fine.
They can understand. Even in my class, I have an example. The person
You can
who's-
give that example. Yeah.
One of the student is coming from rural area, which is located outside Coimbatore. He is interested in learning share market, and even in the first semester, he is much interested in learning share market, and we want to do something which is not applicable in their area. Like in that crowd, he want to standing. He want to like
Stand out.
Yes.
Okay.
So he's trying, he's putting his effort. So such person is from rural area only, but they are able to learn things. So only the attitude matters.
So as teachers, how can we support them? By simply raising the standards, all of a sudden we cannot do it now. That's a problem. And setting the benchmark is very important. See, during the COVID time, all of us, we were training online. Yep. We have online training. Okay. Do you think that any of the students have attended your online training? They just log in, no? They just log into the system, no video, nothing else. Okay, they may be sleeping there. And what about the exams, assessment conducted during that time? Again online, and 100% pass. And that's the benchmark we have set during the COVID time. But most of the students, they got placed because there's huge requirements, especially in the IT sector. And almost all the students got placed during that time. But the problem is the juniors, nowadays their juniors are joining the courses. The same benchmark we have set. Okay. So the same problem is there. Now we have to set a new benchmark. Gradually we have to increase that data. Otherwise, they will not survive. and immediately we will not survive as faculty member. It's very difficult. So we have to raise that benchmark. That is very important. In computer science, I have a lot of experience in all our MCA batches. We have 90% of BCA students are coming for MCA. Maybe 10% from other disciplines. Every batch, the first place student from the batch will be a BCom student or a BA student. Why this? I think you have the same experience maybe if you are having MCA. Every batch it is like that. In one batch, one BCom student was the topper and she got placed in Invocation, the first recruitment drive itself. Every time, last batch also, a BCom student got placed. That was the first placement in that batch. And almost all these non-IT students are getting placed. But the BCA students, they are not getting, maybe at the end, they will be getting placed. So that is there. Okay, so that means if you change this method, maybe all those students who are getting ranked nowadays, they are answering those questions which are in the lower order. If you change that strategy, some other students will get ranked. That is the only difference. And in our institution also, we are trying now to implement OB from the last 7 years. 2016 we started, 17, 18. Now, last cycle we got 3.71, A++ because of OB. But still, we believe that we are only 50%. Yeah. Gradually, we are increasing that benchmark. The students who come from other colleges for PG programs, they find it difficult in the first semester because the assessment method, everything is different. And the second semester onwards, they will pick up. So that is the only change you will feel. Anyway, this is very urgent nowadays. You have to change the strategy. So this is about Bloom's taxonomy. Any other suggestions from your side, or you can give some examples of assessments? Now, if you frame a question, you frame an assessment, think about the cognitive challenge in that question. That is very important. Not just the action verbs. Okay, develop a program means develop is an action verb comes from the create level. But you think about the cognitive challenge of that question, that student for answering that question. Okay, that is only in the remembering level or understanding level. Then that question is on the understanding level. For every question, it should be like that. So we will have some more examples. Anyway, learning is a process engineered in such a way that one level is a prerequisite for the other, and learning takes place in a continuum. So after understanding a concept, then only the student can apply it. After applying, then only he can analyze it. If you have the knowledge of applying, then he can analyze. After analyzing, he can evaluate, and only after evaluating, he can create a new thing. So I will skip some of these slides. Those very basic. Each level we will have the action verbs. You will get all these things from the internet. The action verbs are on the internet. And some of the questions, the example questions already we have discussed some examples, so I will skip that one. Because we will be doing a task, so we will be very clear about the taxonomy. Then some policies to be followed. See, this is the recommendation of the UGC, new examination reforms. Not more than 40% low order questions. That is their suggestion. Low order questions means proper level, understand levels. Okay. Not more than 40%. That means 60% should be from the higher order, at least starting from apply level. So that is their suggestion. You can implement that policy in your institution based on your policy also. I will just give you some examples of some questions now that also we will discuss so that we'll have more understanding about the concept. A student learns from notes. That is the context. The answer to a question. What is the question? Analyze the motives of the speech by Mark Antony, the Shakespearean play Julius Caesar. That is the question. Okay, it's a question. Then, and gives a perfect answer to the question in his own words. The context is also given there. So, what is the level of this question? is the level of this question? Analyzing? Understanding. Yeah, the action verb is analyze. But it is not an analyze level question because the student is learning from notes, by hearting it, memorizing it. But he is answering the question in his own words. So it can be understandable. Find the audio of a cube when one of its sides is not. Find the audio of a cube when one of its sides is not. Apply. Is it apply? What is the level? Huh? Understand level. Understand level. Why it is understand? Because if you memorize the formula, there's a formula for calculating the audio of a cube. Just memorize the formula and you are applying, you are substituting the value there. Okay, you are not applying it. So it can be maximum understand level. Just understand which formula you should use. Maximum, or it can be a Roman level question. Then another question. Student is asked to conduct an experiment and examine the result of the experiment and record his conclusion. Student is asked to conduct an experiment and examine the result of the experiment and record his conclusion. What is the level? What is the level? Any idea? What level it is? Analysis. Yeah, it is an analysis level question because this is in a sort analysis or something else, you know. Okay, that is analysis level. Then, debate the pros and cons of net banking. What is the level? It is evaluate level. And the faculty is providing the notes. Understand? You can draw for you level. So that means it depends on the context, the situation. Okay. So that is why, as a faculty, you should frame the question, you should frame the assessment, and you should evaluate. Then only it will implement OB in a proper way. Sir was mentioning it. If somebody else is assessing the student, he does not know the context. Okay. So the context is important. So anyway, this is step 5 because identifying the pros and cons. Then evaluate the pros. Match the following. The following inventions with their inventors. Which level? Remember. So remember level. Create a new model for classification of the learning objectives. So instead of Bloom's taxonomy, we ask the student to create a new model of Bloom's taxonomy. It is create level. But that question you cannot ask for the substantive exam. It requires a lot of research. Okay.
So one doubt.
Yeah.
So the second question, which is of second level, find the volume of a cube when one side is no. You said it is a remembering, understanding. If I need to convert that into an apply level, how should the question be framed?
Can you suggest? You can suggest. You are from engineering background. Definitely you can suggest. You can connect it to the water tank or something like this.
So,
Can you explain the scenario?
I want to given a scenario.
Yeah. You can come up with the scenario. You're
This is more like giving the key to the thief. It was the question given by me. I actually expected an answer.
Okay. But you know the scenario based question. That's what
probably. I do not know whether I'm right, but I had my daughter's 12th question in mathematics, the CBSE question, where the tank is of so and so height and width, And the brick is of so heightened width. If a brick is dropped into this tank, how much is the rise of the water level? Probably that is.
Exactly the same thing. That was what I'm trying to explain, but you are expert there. So this is the scenario-based question. This is an application level. So that the student has to understand the value of a cube. Just to apply that concept, then only it becomes an application. Otherwise, simply just substituting the formula, no, the value in the formula, that is not applied. How many mathematics teachers are here? Nobody is here. Maths teachers. I'm from mathematics, that's why I asked. So every mathematics teacher, we think that solve or find all these things, these are action verbs from the apply level, and we used to think that these are all apply level questions. No, not apply level questions. In engineering, you may be studying operational research. My subject is OR, linear programming. And the computer science also, they have operational research. Linear programming, have you heard about linear programming? Nobody is here. If you ask a question like solve an LP model using simplest method, every maths teacher, they will classify this as a apply level question, but this is not an apply level question. Instead of that, if you give a scenario, like a product mix problem or something, a company manufacturing some products, this much is the raw materials required in each category for a particular product, and this much volume is available for each category of raw materials, this much amount is available, and the profit for each product, it is given, the man hours required is given. So many complicated things are given. This is a scenario based question. If you ask a scenario based question like that and ask the student to develop a mathematical model or LP model and solve it by using any of the methods, that is an application. Okay. So come up with a scenario based question. That is very easy. These are examples. Okay, I think it's clear now. If you want to discuss any of your subjects, come up with some questions or examples so that we will discuss. Anybody?
One more doubt.
Yeah.
Anybody has got questions?
Your valuable thoughts. Yes.
So you said application, you gave an example now. Now, do you think such sort of complex questions, if we set in the question paper, we will have very less students for clearing the CIE? In such case, it is more of a filtering process than making them learn. Don't you think so? And having known the caliber of students who are from, basically from South or remote South, those who like to do their post-graduation, taking their caliber into consideration, such sort of really technical questions, are we not indirectly demotivating the student from writing the test? Probably one or two, okay, but then whenever he writes a test to the knowledge what he has accumulated and he keeps failing every time, what is the other measure to encourage him? And we have a set number of hours, 45 hours, 60 hours. We are supposed to complete the portions also. In such case, implementing all these are next to impossible. I just want your thought.
Yeah, what you said is exactly correct in one sense, but not only focus on the assessments alone. Your teaching learning activity should be changed. That is where we have to change the strategy. That is the paradigm shift. Yeah. So in my class, what I am doing is from the first class onwards, I will divide them into groups. We will be discussing all these applications there, giving topics. We will have discussions, not teaching. It's there in the foreign universities. They are not teaching. They are giving assignments. Many things are there. Projects are there. So we have to change the strategy. Otherwise, they will not survive. That's the problem. And regarding South students, it's not your assessment is not correct. Students from South are comparatively better than students from North India. Because recently I had a section in Mumbai, St. Xavier's College, it's a famous college. In NIR also they are having a top rank. So I started the section with just like this, an OB section. started the session that you don't want any OB or anything because your students are excellent, your faculty is also excellent, you are already doing it, many things like that. And at the end of the Monday session, they were saying like, I thought all their students are excellent students. Okay, they said that the students they are not serious, they are not studying anything. Many things they said, and finally, one faculty was telling like there is a management quota. This being a Christian minority institution, they can accommodate Christian students. So there are many students coming from Kerala. So I am expecting that the students coming from Kerala, they may be the worst students. So the faculty was telling that they are the best students. So wherever I go, this is the same feedback, especially in North India. So don't underestimate our students. Anyway, they are good. And I can tell you, madam, some of my examples, my experiences. One is a BTech student. He completed his BTech mechanical and failed for all subjects because his father is a Navy officer and he wanted the child to be Navy. So he asked him to join for BTech mechanical. And again, after the BTech program, 4 years, he appeared for supplementary exams. And in 6 years, he has cleared 6 papers. Okay. And he came to me with his father and I was totally depressed. I asked him to sit in the class for in our company, we have a training division. We have some training on our certifications, especially for IT students. So I asked him to sit in the class for 1 week for an international certification. After 1 week, he was very happy and he studied there for 1 year, completed his Red Hat certified architect course. That means 7 global certifications he has to take. Each certification exam means 300 maximum 4 hours. And it's only all practical oriented exams. He cleared that Red Hat certified architect course and now he is working in a multinational company with a salary of 40 lakhs without BTech. Okay. And again, now he is getting an offer. He got an offer from Amazon, Mumbai. He has to work in Mumbai and his salary, expected salary is 90 lakhs. So this is possible. With every student it is possible. And I can give you hundreds of examples like that. In our company itself, we have mentored more than 1 lakh students. That was our mission. Our company means we are all academicians. I resigned from the MG University and along with some of my colleagues, we started our IT company. And we are supporting our education institutions and we have mentored more than 1 lakh students. And out of these 1 lakh students, I can say around 60 to 70% students of this category. They have failed from their colleges. Another student is a 44 lakh purpose. Now he is working in a multinational company, US company. You can give us a lot of examples. So if you change the strategy, definitely they will come out. That is my experience. Okay. Any questions? Yes. Can you say okay.
Sir, I think I'm audible, sir.
Yeah.
Being a teacher, I don't want a mic.
Oh, okay.
So the first thing is I've got few doubts which experts can give us solutions. The first thing is we measure only using some tools or something like that. Say for example, we measure the program specific programs and the so the students of diverse fields like mechanical or aeronautical, what it is, the trend now is they are into computer science. So the specific objective of that department is we wanted to be in a very rare mechanical company where he is working with gears and all those things, but he ends up in a computer science based field and he is happy with it. So how could as academicians or how we change our program specific outputs according to what would be your suggestions regarding this? If they all this, we have been doing and measuring all this. So what could be in our OBE implementation, what would be the answer to this? And the other one is all our students we make the certification system. So the measurement of that is as an additional difference. So at the end of the course attainment should be included because that is the level where we make our students our think our technical course or something like that. So should that also be included in our final OBE attainment? So the entire thing, the level, to understand what's the level of students. We are commencing all this.
We can give reply to some of your queries maybe in the coming sections. And regarding attainment calculation, that is the only goal of education institutions in India now. They want some way a calculation. That's the problem, I will tell you. There's one college in Tamil Nadu, they called me. They asked me to explain the attainment calculation they have done. They don't know how it was calculated. Only for the purpose of accreditation. That is the thing that we will explain. So I am focusing on the process. Today also, you see, we have the discussions. We are focusing on the process. If the process is not okay, what is the need of, what is the meaning in calculating some attainment? That's very important. No? So attainment calculation is not only our goal. We have to improve the quality of teaching, quality of education.
Calculation of attainment, our core engineering branch students are not into those disciplines for their career.
Yeah, that may be one of the problems of Indian education system, because knowingly or unknowingly the students are joining for some particular program. Nowadays, most of the students they are joining for AI courses. In Bangalore, one of the engineering colleges they are charging 60 lakhs for BTech AI, and still the students are waiting. And if you go to any college in Coimbatore, you have BCA A. Yesterday I was in one of the college taking a session for students. Okay. 2 batches of BCA A. That is the basic problem. Anyway, we cannot solve entire problems in 1 minute or 1 hour or 1 day. Anyway, we will discuss that also. Again, all these are there in Bloom's taxonomy. Okay. See, for example, if you go to the other domains, not the cognitive domain, the psychomotor, the affective domain, receive is the first level. Receive means the student should be able to receive the content. If the student is not able to receive the content, then these problems will come. Okay. So this is the problem of our education system. We cannot solve all these things. Whatever we can, we will do it. Anyway, we will discuss all these things. So the attainment calculation, everything we will discuss. Thanks for that question, because that will give light on some other aspects also. Any other questions regarding this taxonomy or assessments? Okay, then we have a task. That is what I have shared an Excel sheet. You can do it maybe in the interval time or not now. That also we will discuss because it's very important. This is the Excel sheet I have shared. This is the Excel sheet. You can take one of your previous question papers. One of your previous question papers, university question papers, or even for your internal exam, you might have a question paper. Okay. And what you can do is, suppose you have say 10 or 15 or 25 questions. You can see that sheet, Excel sheet there. Question number 1, it can belong to section A or section B or something like that. You can put section there, section A. Then question number 1, which belongs to which taxonomy level? You just map that taxonomy. Suppose question number 1, if it is a Prompering level, you put Prompering level. You can choose. Okay. Then you give the mark codes. Suppose your question number 1 may be 1 mark question, you put 1 mark. The only thing you need to do is, question number is already there. You put the section. Suppose it can be from section A, question number 1, or part 1, or something like that. Just choose that taxonomy level and type, input that mark of that particular question. The same way, question number 2, section, taxonomy you can choose. You can input the mark. Fill that sheet. That's enough. Okay, in 5 minutes you can do it if you are thorough with Bloom's taxonomy. All these analytics you will get. We will discuss that maybe in the afternoon. So how our previous question paper we have designed, and we have to set a new benchmark now based on that. That's all. I hope this you can do, no? During the interval you can do it. And after finishing that task, you can upload it in the WhatsApp group. I think if you are not an admin, you cannot do it. They are not admin. So do one thing, I will give my number. There's a WhatsApp number, you can upload it to that number. So we'll just 94470, this is my number.
94470.
94470 53716. 94470. It is there in the group. You are in the WhatsApp group. 94470 53716. You just upload that SLT after finishing this to that number. That's the WhatsApp number. Nine 53716. That is there in the group, the WhatsApp group. The group also you have the option for sending message. Okay, so you can do it later, don't worry. We will just go through some of the basic concepts of OBE. Then we will go for the lunch. Is it okay? Now almost 1 hour is completed now. You said you cannot sit in the class. So we have completed 1 hour. Why? Because we have discussions. I'm not teaching anything. We have discussions. That's the reason. So just we will go through some of the basic concepts of OBE. Again, you have a discussion on the important concept. This is the definition of OBE, everybody knows now. This is the definition of outcome-based education. Outcome-based education is a model of education that deviates from the traditional focus on what the institution provides to students in favor of making students demonstrate that they know and are able to do. They know and are able to do on completion of the course or program. Okay. OBE shift the focus in education from teaching to learning. That is what we have discussed. We have to shift the focus from teaching to learning. Then OBE is based on the 4 principles. What are the 4 principles? Clarity of focus. Clarity should be there. So if you are following outcome-based education, you have the outcomes for each course. So as a faculty, the first class, the first semester, the first class, when we start that particular course, the first hour what you have to do? You have to explain the outcomes. You have to discuss with the students what are the outcomes expected out of this course. That is your first hour for that course. Clarity should be there for both the students and the teacher. And for all stakeholders, that is important. Then designing out that we will explain. high expectations, of course, expanded opportunities. Okay. Now, this is the building block of outcome-based education. The building block means it should start from the vision and mission of the institution. Start from the vision and mission. Then we have the program education objectives. We will discuss that also. Then comes the program outcome and program specific outcomes. And finally, the course outcomes. Okay. This is the hierarchy. Starting from vision and mission, program education objectives, program outcome and program specific outcome. Then the course. Then we will design the syllabus. Okay. Actually, what we are doing now, design the syllabus, then design the CEO. Okay. But this should be the process. This is the actual process. Starting from vision and mission. Okay. Program education objectives, POs, PSOs, then COs. Then syllabus. And for attainment calculation, the reverse order. Start from the teaching learning activities of each course. Okay. And it is already mapped with the POs. COs are already mapped with the POs and PSOs. So it will go that way. Attainment calculation, upward. Whereas design is downward. Program education objectives. What is meant by program education objectives? As an institution, we have a vision and mission. Okay. Then, as a faculty or as an institution, we have a dream of students. That is written there. These are broad statements that focus on what the students are expected to attain within the first few years. For example, 5 years after completion of the program. This is estimated using indirect assessment. Okay. So, after passing out of the institution, what the students are expected to attain or where they are. I will give you some examples and it's easy. Okay, we'll skip all these theoretical aspects because already you might have heard all this theory. This is an example of one of the PEO. First one, you can see. Graduates will be able to demonstrate competency and leadership to become professional employees and entrepreneurs, leading to successful career or pursue higher education. This is our dream about our students. Okay, so they should become professionals, they should become employees, good employees, entrepreneurs, leading to a successful career or pursue higher education. These are broad statements. And this is an objective. Program education objective. This is not outcome. Okay. This is our dream about our students. Another PEO, another example. The graduates will be able to demonstrate commitment towards preservation of the environment and sustainable development of the society. That is another PEO, another objective. Then graduates will pursue lifelong learning and generating innovative solutions and practices using research and complex problem solving skills. Okay, these are examples of PEOs, and based on your vision and mission of your institution, you can design the PEOs. These are some examples. Then, suppose if you consider the PEO 1. Okay, suppose we have the PEO 1. What is graduates will be able to demonstrate competency and leadership to become professional employees and entrepreneurs, leading their successful career or pursue higher education. This is our PEO. And then PEOs should be designed from PEOs. This is the process. And normally this is not followed anywhere. Okay, practically. So this is the process. Now, if our students to become a professional, we can identify the graduate categories required for that. If our student to become a professional, what are the qualities or skills required for that? Can you suggest one? Discuss all these things earlier on.
That has been already explained in the PO itself.
We are going to design the PEO. From PEO, we will design the PEO. So this is our PU. So this is an example. PU. What is a PU? Graduates should be able to demonstrate competency and leadership to become professional. If you want to become a professional, what are the qualities required? What are the attributes? Can you suggest one attribute? Technical knowledge, communication skills, team skills, ethics. What these are there? So from PU, you can identify the attributes, and that are our PUs. This is the process. Okay. Now, these are the graduate attributes suggested by UGC. There are 15 for arts and science colleges. We can have, they have UGC has suggested 15 attributes. Okay. Now, according to your PEO, you can select. Out of 15, you can select say 8 or 9 or 10. How many we have? RVS? 10. 8. RVS, there are 8 PUs. Okay. And you can combine some of them, that also is possible. And for NBA, has suggested how many? 12.
Yes.
For engineering. 12. These are the 12 attributes suggested by NBA. These are the PUs. We can convert them into PU. These are attributes. We can explain it. I will show you how we can convert it into PU. So these are the graduate attributes suggested by NBA. Okay. The graduate attributes we can write it as a PU. Then, what is program outcome? Already we have discussed it. PO refers to the knowledge, skills, and attitude. Okay, that is the Bloom's taxonomy domains: cognitive, psychomotor, and affective domains. Knowledge, skills, and attitudes. So PO refers to the knowledge, skills, and attitudes that the students should have at the end of the program. The same way, PSO describes what the graduates of a specific program will be able to do, like BSc chemistry, or after completing BA sociology, what the student should be able to do. They are specific outcomes, whereas PO is generic. PO is generic for the entire institution, for the entire students. That's the difference. This is an example of attainment calculation. Once if you can calculate, if you can provide a score sheet like this one to every student, you can say that your OB implementation process is complete. But to my knowledge, no institution in India is sharing it with students. We are calculating it only for the purpose of accreditation. But we are not sharing it because we are not sure that it is correct or not. Some way or other way, we are calculating it. We are going to share with the students. They are calculating it, they are going to share. So this is an example of a score sheet. For every student, see the graduate attributes are given. What is their score out of 3? This out of 3. So for example, disciplinary knowledge. This particular student has got 2.3 out of 3. Then for communication skills, only 1.8. You can give a score like this. This is the complete OB implementation process. Okay. Then how we will design a PU? How we will design a PU? It's very simple. Start with an action verb. Then you have the graduate attributes. Now, suppose if you consider communication skill, it's a graduate attribute. Communication skill is a graduate attribute. Okay. Then identify the competencies related to communication skills. What are the competencies related to communication skills? The student should be able to read, write, speak, comprehend, and communicate effectively using modern communication mediums. Nowadays, that is also important. For participating successfully in social, career, and life situations, that is the context. So, if you can write the PO in this way, this is the best form. A graduate attribute, convert it as a PO. Start with an action verb. Demonstrate is an action verb. Similarly, modern tool use. Apply, use, and operate appropriate modern tools, techniques, and resources to various activities of life, career, and higher education with knowledge of its limitations. This is more generic. So POs are more generic. This is not specific. Okay, so every graduate attribute, if you choose the graduate attributes first, you can convert it into a PO like this example. Okay, is it clear? Mostly, I think the top management will be designing the PO, so that's why we are taking these things. To understand how it is done, I think this is enough. The same way we can design a PSO. This is an example of a BCA program. Apply mathematical foundations, algorithmic principles, and computer science theory and practice in the relevant computing situations, or develop software systems and programs with ethical consent. These are the PSOs related with a BCA program. Okay, for a BSc Maths program, it will be different. Okay, you can have 2 to 4 PSOs. That is the best practice. And nowadays, for a 4-year UG program, even you can skip PSOs. You need only POs and COs. Then, course outcome. This is very important because as a faculty, we will be handling a course, we will be designing the syllabus, we will be designing the CO for that course. How we will design a CO? What is maybe course outcome? They are the certain knowledge and skills the student acquires at the end of a course. It defines the cognitive processes a course provides. Okay, knowledge and skills the student acquires at the end of a course. Then, COs are major domain-specific outcomes, again written using action verbs from Bloom's taxonomy. Using action verbs which are specific, measurable, and can be demonstrated by students on completion of the course. It identifies what the learner will know and are able to do at the end of the course. Okay, this is a course outcome. This is the way we can design a course outcome. I will give you an example. This can be done by, see, starting with action verb. Content for topic to be learned. Then the content. This is an example. I am teaching graph theory. So this is one of my COs. Apply graph representations and algorithms. Apply graph representations and algorithms in computer science. That's the context. If it is the management, the context may be different. The syllabus also may be different. Okay. So action verb, then learning statement. Is it okay? Okay. These are some examples of COs. Introduction to computers. It's a basic course. So we can have identify the parts of the computer system, explain functioning of computer components, explain the process of problem solving using computer, design an algorithmic solution for a given problem. These are some examples of course outcomes. It is a good practice not to use the following verbs. Definitely you can find COs which start with understand. It's there. As a best practice, if you can avoid these verbs, it's good. Okay. They are also correct. I'm not saying that it's incorrect, but these verbs are not measurable. That's a problem. Or I will show you some examples. The students will understand democracies if you say like that. Or instead of that, we can say the student will be able to describe major theories of democracy. It's more clear. Okay. Or in other words, we can say that a course outcome, a CO, is a glorified form of a question. Is it correct? A course outcome is a glorified form of a question. You can ask a question like, describe major theories of democracy. You can ask a question like that. The students will study about the impact of cultural diversity on nursing care. Instead of that, the students should be able to evaluate the impact of cultural diversity on nursing care. It's a good out. The same way the last one. Explain the principles of drug formulation and delivery system. Instead of saying the students will learn about the principles of drug formulation and delivery system, you can say that the students will be able to explain the principles of drug formulation and delivery system. Okay. I have shared one more document where it's mentioned how we can check the quality of the course outcome, whether your course outcome is good or bad. There are 4 checks. First one, are they written using the action box to specify definite and observable behavior? So you have to start with an action verb from Bloom's taxonomy. That is very important. The second one, does the language describe students' target rather than teachers' behavior? If it is in terms of teachers' behavior, then it's only objective. Okay. The third one, do the outcome clearly describe the abilities, knowledge, and the value of the students of the course? And fourth one is it possible to collect accurate and reliable data for the outcome? Can you conduct an exam? Can you evaluate the outcome? That's very important. We have another term that is very explained. These are some examples of outcome. Physics, apply laws of physics to compute different types of responses in the given materials. That can be an outcome. Another one, analyze structural elements for different courses to compute design parameters. Or in commerce, we can say explain the various principles of organization. That's a basic thing. Select advertisements and interpret its advertising objectives. What is the level of that outcome? Select management. You should ask questions like this one. Select advertisement and interpret its advertising objectives. What is the level? Analyze. It's an analyze level. Yeah. Then nursing. Okay. Somebody is from nursing now. The ability of using nursing theories and their application in clinical practice. Evaluate the safety and efficacy of that process. Okay. So these are some examples of outcomes. What you can do is again the task. The next section is on mapping and attainment calculation that we will do in the afternoon. So for attainment calculation, lot of calculation is there. So you can comfortably sleep in the afternoon. Okay. So we will do it in the afternoon. For the time being, one more task I have just given now. Another document. This is the course outcome and quality check. What you can do is you can just type your course outcomes there. Example, just written display democracy. Simply you have written one there. Then you can check all these criteria. Check one. First criteria, if it is okay, put yes, otherwise put no. There. This is check one. Check 1, check 2, check 3, check 4. Then check each course outcome.
It has to fulfill all courses.
Only for a self-assessment of already we have designed the outcomes. Maybe somebody else might have designed the outcomes, the university might have designed the outcomes. Just understand whether it is okay or not. That will help you for maybe the upcoming year when we design the syllabus. Okay. So we have discussed how we can design outcomes, starting from PEOs, PSOs, and COs. This is very important. For every faculty, we are dealing with different courses, and we have to design course outcomes. And that is also important when we want to calculate the attainment for mapping purpose. We should have a thorough understanding of our course outcomes. Okay, that we will discuss in the afternoon. Any suggestions or any input from your side on this? Yeah. Madam, if you use the mic, I think it is recorded.
It is not audible one actually.
It is recorded also.
Yeah. We need.
Your mic is not
On
on.
பண்ணிருங்க பிரவீன்.
Yeah.
So we frame the course syllabi. Say for example, we have a course outcome of say 4 to 6. Course outcome
Yeah.
for a particular course.
Yes.
So actually we started with having a module and what will be the student will be able to do at the end of completion of that module was the course outcome that we started. So we framed with all the action verbs and all those things. But now when we subsequently practice this thing, we are now in a situation where all the 5 modules are being taken and Bloom's taxonomy for the entire 5 units. Say all the understanding concepts of module 1, module 2, module 3 all to be in course outcome 1 and 2. And 3 will be in the apply level where the outcome will be the application of those maybe in module 1, module 2 or module 3. So this is how we are now being doing. So we feel because we have been trained in having a course outcome with a module, so we feel difficult, sir. Actually, how the scenario is all over the country. I just wanted to have a.
Madam, which university belong to?
Sir, we are right now autonomous, but Anna University. We follow Anna University.
Which college?
Sir, I am from Nehru Institute of Engineering and Technology.
So there are 2 options for designing course outcomes. One is the horizontal method, the other one is the vertical method. Okay, horizontal means if you have the syllabus divided into units or modules. The syllabus may be divided into units or modules. No?
Units.
Units. You have units.
Yes.
Okay, and for each unit you can have a CO. That is one option. Okay, in some subjects that may be good. Whereas in some other subjects, what you said is correct. That is the vertical model. The entire syllabus you can consider and you can have 4 or 5 or 6 COs. Okay, based on different taxonomy levels also. That is possible, both are correct. But if you do it in the horizontal way, it is more convenient. Okay, that's all. Both are correct. The horizontal model is more convenient for the faculty. And designing that CO, we will have some insights that we will discuss when we do the mapping part. We will have more discussions because this is the theory part. I have just completed it. We will have more insight. We will have discussions.
Sir, I am from College of Social Work, Niketan, and I represent humanities. For one question is, so when we talk about attainment calculation, some of our our methodology is quite learner-centric because it is humanities and it gives us scope to look into the critical dimension, assess attitudes which might be difficult for sciences. But here the concern is certain components which is not graded. Right? For instance, maybe I'm showing them a documentary on women's issues and asking them to give their discussion. This might probably not be captured in the form of an assessment or you don't give a Google form. So how do we ensure that these aspects of learning, which is very crucial, is not left out in the process? How do we capture so that we don't miss out? First question. The second question is, in OB, we are very amateurs and it just implemented it. Most of the data in terms of calculating the attainment depends on software. For instance, we just had a workshop last week where we had to reformulate our course outcomes. We introduced, coin these terms, analyze, evaluate. So we reformulated it and we also tried to see whether it's mapping with our program outcome. And we got a CO-PO mapping which was auto-generated. Now, how reliable are these auto-generated versions and what would be our role to check to ensure that we are in the right direction?
We cannot rely on the auto-generated mapping because some AI, generative AI may be using it. Using a generative AI, that auto mapping process is done. But according to the current technological advancements, it's not accurate. Maybe you can expect 70%. We are also doing it. I will show you that note. We can expect 70% accuracy maximum. That's all. Then regarding the other assessments you mentioned, no? That is where we want to discuss. We have to change our attitude also. See, one of my friend is working in a Canadian university. Usually for all our FDPs, he is a resource person. There, what the faculty they are doing, they have this type of assessments, and at the end, they will just put the attainment. The faculty will be giving the values there. No calculation of anything else.
So which means
We are focusing more on the calculation. We are not focusing on the process or activities like this. That is the problem with Indian education system. Anyway, it is there. But I can give you some other example. Like what you said, we have a program called the Creative Studio, which we used to conduct for our MCA students. This is a 56-hour long program. And all the POs will be addressed during that 56 hours. Creativity, critical thinking, everything will be there. We are not mapping it with any POs or something. But we understood that it is helpful for the students to develop all these things, all the POs. Some particular assessments, you have to just ignore that calculation part. That is my opinion.
How do we
It's only my
record and
personal
document
opinion.
it? Right, that is fully agreed, sir. But how do we document it? Because as you know, we
Yeah,
are
we can document it. We can document it. See, for example, for accreditation purpose, definitely you can. I will show you one document that.
we have a lesson plan where we capture that, but apart from that, I think we are missing out on that thing.
Yeah. For the calculation part, I think don't give that much importance for the calculation part. So all these activities you are doing, you are from social work, no?
Yes.
Yeah. For social work, you can definitely can have n number of assessment and activities like this, and all of these are definitely mapped with your PUs. It's there.
But another concern is mapping attitudes, because for us it's predominantly attitude oriented. That also becomes a little bit difficult, but of course we have field work where we give them grades. But mapping, as you said, cognitive we are doing, skills also, but affective domain becomes very difficult.
That requires more in-depth knowledge. I will do one thing. I will share one of our research paper that is based on this taxonomy, all these domains. That is the latest one. I'll share.
Sir, I have one suggestion. Shall we take 2 minutes?
Yeah, definitely.
One madam was giving a question on.
See you. Yes.
Madam from Marian College. In general, almost as you said, almost all the institutions, we go in for 5 course outcomes. And these course outcomes are designed in such a way that one outcome is mapped to one unit. That is how we define. But NBA board does not accept with this. NBA board says an outcome for a course cannot be unit-wise. It is an outcome of the course on the whole. So as you said, to our own convenience, we go in for mapping one outcome with one course because it will be easy for us to map. But they claim, but none of the people who come from MBA has told us how to go about mapping. They just say this is wrong. But if the course has been mapped, the outcome is taking into concern of the entire 5 units, where even C5 will map with first unit, and C3 will go with even 5th unit. In such case, they say at least the course outcome is right. But we will have intricacies in calculation of mapping, because the question paper, the question 1 what I take for 2 marks, probably that will map with my C5 and not with C1. So when I frame course outcomes, as you said, vertically, that is the best course outcome, but mapping is very, very difficult.
Nothing you can do. No? See, for example, the first question, if it is mapped to C5, you can do it. That's the problem.
The POs we can map.
You can do it. That I will explain the mapping process. That you can do it. Again, one more thing. If it is the vertical model, one question may be mapped with more than one CO. That possibility is also.
Yes,
that
yes.
you can do it. That I'll show you. That you can do. But automatic mapping will not do. You have to do it manually. That we will discuss when we discuss the mapping parts.
Madam was talking about the calculation part. The calculation part need not be a software to my knowledge. It can be just an Excel sheet with formulas where you can map it. And AICT has come up with few performance indicators. With the help of performance indicators, you can go in for this 3-2-1 rather than where we generally say 3-2-1 to our own choice. That also is wrong. That will definitely be wrong. But if you go by the performance indicators given by AICT, at least for some extent it will be right.
Anyway, madam, that we will discuss in the afternoon.
Yes,
We will definitely discuss all these things so that you cannot sleep in the afternoon.
We have a lunch from CEO and இது மார்க் பண்ணும்போது நம்ம கொஸ்டின்ஸ் எடுக்கிறோம் மார்க் அப்படின்னு ஒரு கேட்டகரி எப்படி யூனிட் வைஸ் எடுத்தால் தான் நம்மளுக்கு வந்து எல்லாமே மேம் சொல்கிறது recommended, but it is very difficult to map, take equations and map, everything is very hard. Like from 5 units to equal, you have to
Okay.
And from reading.
So, we prepared and come with questions in the afternoon. Okay. So we will discuss and we have a lot of experts in the group. We will discuss and definitely we will learn more things. Madam, we have arranged lunch now.
Yeah. Praveen.
So during the lunch time, it is good you can complete that task, at least task 1. Okay. Then we'll have a small discussion on that, so that we will move to the mapping and the remaining sessions.
Sir, Praveen. Lunch போலாமா சார் அனௌன்ஸ் பண்ணிடலாம் இங்கே தானே ஆப்போசிட்.
So before going and having a lunch and all, I have one announcement. We request the mentioned members to report to the registration desk to clarify the spelling of their names for certificate purpose. Okay? So Dr. Baichu MK, yeah. Sandhya M, yeah. Professor and HOD in Ayurveda College.
What's the name?
Name is missing. So you have to report to the registration desk. Hindustan College, person from Hindustan College, professor or, yeah, you have to report to the desk, ma'am, just tell your name. And Natila from RVSCAS College of Arts and Science. Please check it out, your spelling is right or wrong, okay, with the registration desk. Arya S. Vijayan. Yeah, please, ma'am. And P. Manigandan from SLCS Madurai. Yeah, you too, sir. And D. Christy Jamima. Yes. Balakrishnan from which college and all, they don't know. So you please report to the registration desk. Mercy Rani. The same problem. Yes. So everybody who have mentioned the members, please report to the registration desk to clarify your spelling for their certificate purpose, I think so. Okay? And shall we move to the lunch? Yes. Provided at the same place where the tea was served. Okay? And kindly return to this hall within a half an hour. Within a half an hour. Thank you. So once again, lunch will be provided at the same place where tea was served. Kindly return to this hall within half an hour. Thank you.
சீக்கிரம் போ ஸ்டீஃபன் அவ்வளோ இருக்கும்.
So let's start it. So hope everyone have the laptop with you guys, right?
We completed that first one, number one.
If anyone doesn't have the laptop, please share with the other person. Please help them.
Somebody has completed it, please. Can you share it? At least one. Already share.
Please, any among yourself, you just share the laptop and see what is the process and how it will be everything. Participants, please engage yourself in the discussion part and get knowledge from the resource person. Everyone have to speak, discuss. Only 1 or 2 or 3 persons are speaking or discussing. And everyone are very clear about the topic, I think so. Right?
Okay, madam, you have shared this one? This is the one you have shared. Okay, so this is a question paper which consists of 7 questions. Sections A and B. The first 5 questions, 2 marks each. 2 marks each for the first 5 questions. Then we have section B, 2 questions, 7.5 marks each. There is one numeric question, then understanding, applying, analyzing, 3 analyze level questions. Madam, can you just explain that analyze level question? Huh? Can you explain that question? Why it is analyze level?
So actually this paper is it is the basic course for an engineering student where we study lot of theorems, law and use those laws and real-time theorems and laws and real-time applications. So this is basically electrical and electronics engineering, sir. So we teach them the basic laws, say Ohm's law, there are many laws in engineering. So we teach them the basic laws, and the analyze level is we give numerical problems to calculate the applied level. So we teach them the law, we give them the formulas, we give numerical problems for them to apply those formulas and find what is the resultant answer. So this part A, the 5th question is an analyze question. So the question that we have asked is identify the type of circuits, that is series or parallel combination, when 2 resistors are connected and the total resistance increases. So I have given a scenario and I have asked them what will be the output. So he has to analyze, he has to first think what is a series combination, what is a parallel combination, use those, analyze and find out the answer. Or else I can give it in a part B question which is nothing but it comes both apply and analysis, section B.
No, just check whether it is analyzed level question or not. Somebody else, I think. This is this course is which course?
Basic electrical
Basic,
and
yeah. No, what is your opinion? Is it analyzed level question? Can somebody suggest?
so actually below this question I have given 4 circuits. He has to see that circuit. He has to
No,
check.
just
that is
explain.
the question.
Why it is analyzed level? That's my question.
So he has to apply the concepts whatever. He has to do some numerical calculations. Then compare to.
What is the cognitive challenge? Is it up to analyzed level?
According to my thing,
That's why I'm
Analysis.
asking with the other faculty members. Can you suggest whether it is an analyzed level question or not? Supply level.
So he has applied the formulas for the previous questions, or applied numerical calculation he has done. So now he has to analyze the mode of that circuit. Whether it will be a series combination, whether it will be a parallel combination, he has to give to a conclusion. He has to analyze and come to a conclusion.
Check the cognitive challenge again. That's what I mean.
And so the part
Madam,
B
it's not
also it is apply
It's
and
not on
analyze.
apply level.
It's not a debate. Don't think like that. Okay. Just for a more understanding.
Just he is applying only formulas, right, sir? Ma'am, you are saying that just applying only formula?
Then he has to apply the formula,
Okay.
get the result
Okay.
of 2-3 circuits that I have given. Simple circuits, he has to then come to a conclusion.
These things already discussed in the classroom?
No.
Even that is applying that formula means that is not apply level.
Apply, understand.
No, sir. Apply, he will, for analyzing that circuit, he has to apply some concepts to do that. That I will teach in the theorem. Few numerical problems also are given to analyze those circuits. Then finally, to check how is his cognitive level or how far he has understood that subject. This question was a little bit tricky for them to do it. I have not taught them in the class anyway. This is a gate-related question.
Any other questions?
Sir, actually my part B is apply only. Apply and analyze is what I have given. 2 levels I have given. So.
Okay. So it's only apply level.
Apply.
Okay. So then if it is apply level, what is the proportion? You can just check how much percentage of questions belong to each category.
Sir, actually why I gave analysis, I just.
It's not your problem.
No, I just tell you why this analysis is they have applied and they come to a conclusion this much power has been reduced using for glowing this lamp. This much power is required, or if the voltage is increased, the lamp will grow for 5 hours. That is what it is. It is applying and analysis of the results that he has got. So that is the reason.
Yeah, good. Only for just the understanding. No? Now, if the question B, you said it is applied only. No?
Yes, sir. He has to
All
apply.
the questions, if it is apply only, then you can check the proportion. If it is applied. Now we have more questions on the apply level than under remembering level and understanding level. So this is about one question paper. You can see the percentage of marks belong to different categories. So the same way, all of you can check your question paper. Somebody else. This is one question. The course is Java programming. So you have those 10 questions, remembering, then understanding and apply. Can you just give an example of that apply level question? This one? Yeah.
In apply level, I have mentioned the question as program, sir.
Just write a program.
Right.
Write a program is apply level. Can you give an example?
In Java programming, sir, arrays multi-dimensional, I have mentioned sum and average, to calculate sum and average.
This is a common question. Calculate the sum and average. Write a program for calculating sum and average. For C programming, you will ask this question. For Java, you will ask this question. And the student can just memorize it, write it. So what is the cognitive challenge?
Else we can use the theoretical vision, sir. Demonstrate the briefly about some statements about
No, correct. Especially if a student is attending an interview in an IT company. Another question they may ask like, explain OOPS with real life examples. That is a question that company will ask. They can just define it. Of course, polymorphism, then of inheritance, all these things they can define it, but they have to give an example for all these things. Or otherwise, they will give a contest. Explain OOPS in this contest, right? So these are the questions usually the companies will ask. Write a program. Again, a simple program means it's not an apply level. Or if you ask the student to develop a software for a particular firm, that can be an apply level question. But you cannot ask for the assumption exam. That can be a project or an assignment. They have to study the system. They have to prepare the SRS, database, system design, everything they have to do. That can be a small project. But nowadays, the students are doing project again, they are just copying it. So maybe, no, in conclusion, what I am trying to convey, most of our questions, we think that it is a higher order, but they are not, actually they are not. Anything else, madam?
Everything only the action verb, but it is not up to that.
Yeah, you are considering only the action verb. That is not the right.
Yeah, it's not right.
Now you have to go up after that. No? Now you are a particular level. Last day I was mentioning about OB plus to RVS faculty. Already you have started implementing it years back. Still you are there only. Now you have to go OB plus. That is the next level.
So one doubt. The number of remembering is more. Now, in a higher education institution, a question paper with remembering and understanding is acceptable.
In my opinion, no. Understand maybe.
Even not 40%. It has been instructed that in one of our course information sheet, not supposed to use anything from remembering and understanding because it is a school level. They should start only from apply. Is that so?
Remembering you can avoid, understanding a few questions, of course, we can have. Maybe some concepts you have to understand. It's okay. But everything has to go higher. error.
No, there are around 10 questions for
Yeah, it is there.
No, I think it's also because the section is like that. For instance, in MCQs, you can't go beyond remembering or understanding. Yeah, it's MCQs probably, that's why the categories are fitting to that ambit.
Madam, in the case of MCQ also, we cannot go in for a direct simple question.
Yes.
In the case of placement questions, the snippet will be very small. But then the student is expected to crack one question in 1 minute, right? So it cannot be a simple question just because it is MCQ. As you know, MCQ is the toughest, rather than a descriptive question.
And in line to what ma'am says, we have diverse learners. See, some students can go up to that. There are some students who are probably will cater to the remembering and understanding. So my concern over here, this question is also, should we just pitch in at HOTS when most of our students will be at that level? So are we not excluding them in the process?
We can have a mix of all these type that we will discuss when we discuss about that attainment application, definitely the target and all. See, even for multiple choice questions, we can check the questions of IIT entrance exams. MCQs we have, but error. Net, UGC net. And definitely you can generate multiple choice questions through generative AI. Now it is possible. Without much effort, you will get all the questions. Any questions? So most of the questions may be like this only. Okay, we are not blaming anybody. Okay, only for our understanding we are discussing it. Working with groups. This is MSW. Can you just explain the create level question?
So the question goes like this. Inside a 3-hour training session on the art of decision making for a group of 20 project coordinators in an organization, and we are giving a template. Use a provided template to outline the session plan. So the template goes like this. What is the topic? Participants detail. What is the objective of the session content, detailed overview of the session content, the program media that you will be using, and what will be the evaluation method to assess the training effectiveness.
How much time the student will get?
The student, it's a 2.5 hours paper and the mark assigned is 10 marks. But this topic, art of decision making, is also covered as a theory. So they will use that theoretical knowledge to build the content. And this is a mixture of 2 units. We have 1 unit on program media and other unit on different strategies in training. So they have to try to compare both and prepare the module. And we, since we have field work, since students go to the field, they already use these templates. So that way, the time consumption we assume will be lesser.
Can the student apply that creativity in that minimum time?
We have been giving this because normally we give this question. Though the number of students who attend this question is limited, but those who attend the question, they do well. The scoring is pretty. I mean, they come up to 8 out of 10.
Okay, I understood. My question is whether they can cover, they can properly give answer for this particular question.
Yes.
In the advantage of our exam, because some other questions are also already there.
And here the only advantage as a teacher is you do not have anything hard and fast. We need it is left up to the creativity of the child to imagine hypothetical, right? So they can, and the media could be different. So that way it is not a very monotonous kind of a question.
Yeah, that is true. See, for example, we have the rubrics or a scheme for evaluation. For every question, for if it is a number level question or if it is an understand level question, it is very clear. You can have a answer key for that. Whereas if it is an analyze level question or evaluate level, or if it is a create level question, you cannot fix rubrics like that. It should be flexible. because each student may be different. The creativity is different. And again with the scenario-based questions. So especially in OB, we can focus on the scenario-based. This is also a scenario-based question. In scenario-based questions, if we add more complexity, then the rubrics should be more flexible. That is true. No, my question is whether in less than maybe less than 1 hour they will get for answering, or even half an hour. How the creativity can be applied there? Is it practical? If it is a project, it's good. Assignment, it is good, because they will get more time for research. This problem was a discussion in our college also. We have the hospitality department. They are planning for some events. There was a heated argument about this one. So if you plan for some event or something like that, maybe creativity is there. But if you ask for the exam, how much time they are getting it? That means they have to go through all these contents earlier, just recollecting it.
Because they do this in fieldwork. So that
Yeah, if it is fieldwork or if it is associated with the project or assignment. No, only for the semester exam, I have a different.
there's another question, so you can also comment.
Yeah.
We teach different models of intervention while working in groups. Okay, like Leeds ABC model or reciprocal model. So the question says that give a brief overview about the models and you give a situation. When you're working with children affected with or infected with HIV/AIDS, which model will be most applicable? And they have to strategize this. So here they have to understand, they have to analyze each model and then try to pick the best model for that particular scenario. So will this come under evaluate or create?
It can come under evaluate.
Evaluate.
Because a lot of things are associated with that. Evaluate, up to evaluate level it is okay, but I have a different opinion only for the create level, in your case. So in social work we can do many things like up to evaluate level we can do it for exams. Otherwise for the other assignments of seminars or projects we can have create level.
Actually, we have a paper on research. So there we also have a question on prepare a proposal. That also comes in because the entire paper is on research proposal. So students are given a topic and they have to write the objectives, the methodology.
Writing proposals and if see that is okay. If they are coming out with the published paper, then it's a great.
Not with that level. Only they have to hypothetically.
Proposals means see for example if marketing proposals everything, then the management people they are doing it. Can we apply that?
Yeah, it is not create.
Some amount of creativity may be there, but you cannot say it's a truly create level. I think it's okay, no, for the time being. Is it okay? Do you need further discussions? What do you think? Nobody has uploaded. Yeah. One more is there, I think. Two more. Why you are silent? Good afternoon. Nobody is asking any questions. See? It's the same.
You have to download that.
This one. Banking and insurance. Bring understanding and analyzing. There is an analyzing level question. 50 marks. Somebody explain.
So here for the section D question, it's out for 15 marks. One question, explain the role and importance of insurance to individuals. So when I went through the question paper, was the last for the July 2024 question paper. So here I could see more of the area from remembering and understanding. And here in this question, explain the role and importance of insurance to individual, business and society. So that analyzing level.
Just you are asking, explain, no?
Yeah.
What is the question? What is the question? Please
Explain the role and importance of insurance to individual, business and society.
Where they are applying their concept, just they are recalling, no? Whatever you have discussed in the classroom, right?
Yeah.
So I think it is not analyzing it. Right?
So
Yes.
then it comes like more on come only
Understanding, yeah.
Okay, so we will now discuss about the mapping process. Then we will discuss how to calculate the attainment. So there are two levels of mapping. One is level 1 mapping, that is COPO mapping or COPSO mapping. That is level 1. CO to PO or CO to PSO. Level 2 is the assessments or activities mapped with the COs, course outcomes. Okay. Final assessment is done by the estimation of program of the program specific outcomes, which will serve as the profile of the students' competencies. POs and PSOs are estimated from the component of COs related to the respective PO and PSO. So we will see how the attainment can be. Okay. The first step in this process is to determine the mapping of the related components and determine the strength of mapping between lower order and the higher order outcomes. We will explain it with an example and it will be more clear. Okay, this is a standardized mapping scale used by most of the institutions. Okay, we have a 4-point scale. You can see 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 point. Okay, then relationship. 0 means nil, low 1, moderate 2, significant 3. There is an interval given here. That interval can also vary, depends on the policy of the institution. And here we are following this only for this example. 0% attainment means 0 weightage, or 1 to 50% low attainment, 51 to 70% moderate, and 71 to 100% significant attainment. Okay, just remember this one. We'll discuss. Now we will discuss the level 2 mapping. Suppose this is one of my course outcome. What is the course outcome? On completion of this course, the participants will be able to apply the Bloom's taxonomy in training questions. So we had a small section on Bloom's taxonomy in the morning. This is the course outcome for that section. Okay, I have designed this course outcome. That means after the completion of that section, every participant should be able to apply Bloom's taxonomy framing questions. Okay, what is the level of this course outcome? This is a CO, course outcome. What is the level of this course outcome?
Cognitive level.
What level?
Cognitive level can be fixed. Cognitive level should be fixed.
Which level? Somebody has answered. Level 3, apply level. This course outcome is from apply level. Can you read it? Yes. On completion of this course on Bloom's taxonomy, the participant should be able to apply it or use Bloom's taxonomy in framing questions. So the participant should be able to apply it. Okay, so this is level 3. Apply level C. Now, once if you design the course outcome as a faculty, what is your goal? You design the course outcome. As a faculty, now what is your goal? All the students should attain that outcome. Is it correct? In OB philosophy, once if you design the course outcomes, now our goal as a faculty is all the participants, all the students should attain that outcome. Is it correct? That means all the participants here, we had a section on Bloom's taxonomy. Now all of you will be able to frame questions. Apply Bloom's taxonomy and frame questions. That is my goal as a faculty. Is it correct? Okay. Is it okay? Now, for that purpose, what we are doing, we are teaching them. We have all the learning activities, teaching learning activities. Throughout the semester, you have the teaching learning activities, discussions, okay, then projects, assignments, all these activities. Some of them are learning activities, some of them are both learning and assessment activities. Some of them are clearly assessment activities. So, at the end of the course, the semester, now you want to check what? Whether the students have attained it. That is the evaluation. Is it correct? So once you design the course outcome, as a faculty, our goal is every student should attain that outcome. Okay. Our goal is not the students getting good marks. That's the difference. Attain the outcomes. That is important. Whether they are getting good marks or not, it's not our observation. Now, every student should attain the outcomes. Clear? Now, at the end of the course, we will have assessments to check whether they have attained the outcome. And for that attainment, for that examination, I will give you one example. Suppose I am conducting an exam. My first question is, explain the different levels of learning in cognitive. I am going to check whether all of you have attained this outcome. So I am conducting an exam. This is my first question in the question paper. What is the question? Explain the different levels of learning in cognitive.
What type of level?
What is the level of this question?
Understanding.
Remember or maximum understand. And we remember level only. Just explain the different levels in the cognitive level. Suppose all of you are getting 100% marks. Can I assume that my course outcome is fully attained?
It is not mark based.
This is my question. For this particular question, all of you are getting 100% marks. Can I assume that my course outcome is fully attained? No. Why? My course outcome is of apply level. I am asking this question on the remember level or understanding level. I cannot assume that you will be able to apply it. Is it true? Okay. Now, this question, if you want to map with CEO, this CEO. Suppose this is remember level question. Suppose this is a remember level question. That means level 1. My course outcome is of level 3. This question, if you want to map with that CEO of level 3, what is the mapping strength? Can be 1. I will give one more question. After that, we will discuss again. So it will be clear. My second question. What is my second question? Using Bloom's taxonomy, prepare and analyze your question in your subject. What is the level of this question? Apply level. level of this question is applied. Suppose all of you are getting 100% mark for this question. Can I assume that my course outcome is attained?
Yes.
Because this is applied level question.
3 marks.
My CO is of applied level. Okay, is it correct? So what should be the mapping strength here? 3. So that is the relationship between that question and the CO. Okay, if the CO is of level 3, question is of level 1, we can give 1. Some relationship is there. Okay, then one more question. Analyze the given. Analyze the given set of 25 questions. Analyze the given set of 25 questions of your course based on Bloom's taxonomy. That is what you have done now. You have analyzed your question paper. Okay, so you have given that task. What is the level of that task?
More than
Level of this task.
6 level.
4. Level 4. You are going to analyze the entire question paper. That's what you have done. That's analyze level 4. And suppose all of you are getting 100% mark for this question. Can you assume that the CO is attained?
We don't have CU for this.
We have the CO on apply level. The CO is only of apply level. Now I am asking an analyze level question and you are getting 100% mark.
Without possible, we should not ask questions like this.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, we will discuss that later. My first question, can you answer this question? This is an analyze level question. My CO is apply level and you are getting 100% mark for this analyze level question.
Mapping is not possible. Mapping is not possible.
Mapping is not possible. Okay. Now, in this case, apply is analyze is one level higher than apply. So if you are able to analyze the things, definitely you will be able to apply it. 100% attainment. So here also you can give full mapping. No lot of questions will come. One question is this madam asked, the CO is apply level, then why you are asking an analyze level question? It is not because of your question, it is because of your CO. That's the problem. Because we have designed your CO not in the proper way. A course outcome means what the student will be able to do after going through that course. That is a maximum level. If the student is able to analyze, or if you are teaching the student to analyze something, your CO should be analyzed level. If you are teaching the student to understand, to apply some concept, your CO should be of apply level. Okay. So when we design the CO should be of that level, or what you are expected to teach. Okay. So whether it is module wise or horizontal or vertical, this should be in your mind. Okay. Any questions again? So this is about the third question. It is meaningless, no? We have apply level 0 and asking an analyze level question. What about the first question? Your CO is apply level. You are asking a number level question.
Low level.
Is it possible? It is possible. Why?
Without remembering and understanding, you cannot reach out.
Somebody was mentioned about some students, that are coming from maybe a different background, they may not be able to answer higher order questions. In that case also you have a mix and match of all these type of questions. That is one way. Otherwise also, CO means, that is the maximum level you can fix. Okay. Then there is a target for CO. You are fixing a target now. Maybe in the first year you will be fixing a 50% target. The second year you will be improving that target, maybe from 50 to 60. So CO means it's just like maximum marks. You may have maximum marks 100 or 50 or whatever it is, and you are not expecting that every student is getting the full mark for your exam. Okay, and you are having a pass mark, maybe 40% or 50%. You have distinction. Okay, you are setting certain benchmark like this. The same way, you are fixing a target for COs. So you are expecting that 60% attainment from the entire class. That is one way of measuring that attainment. Okay, that we will discuss again, fixing the target. So that you can even ask low order questions, but there should be a proportion between these low order questions and higher order questions. That also should come in your policy, OB policy of the institution. How much low order questions, how much higher order questions, and slowly you are to improve it. I think this is clear, no? So when we design COs, it's very important to what extent the student can go. If it is unit wise, in that unit, what you are trying to teach them. In RVS, I think it's also technology. In the first section, we are discussing about some COs. The first module, they are teaching how to prepare food. Yeah, and the CO was only on a normal level of understanding. I think you have redesigned it now. So it can be an applied level CO because they are teaching the student how to cook food, how to prepare food. So the application. Okay. So in that way, you can design the CO. Is it clear? Mapping and design of COs, fixing target, that we will discuss once again, target fixation. Rest of the things? Okay.
Just have to open your mouth.
Open your mouth. Okay. Is it clear? Okay.
Can I ask question?
Yes, madam.
Shall I ask questions? You sure?
It is for Sir rest for some time. What is the question? What is the level is fixed? What is this slide is explained, sir? What is the main thing he has discussed? Jim, please. What is the thing? What is mapping? What is the mapping is here? What is it? Course outcome. It is a course outcome. What is the course outcome? What is the definition? What is the course CO for the course outcome? Course outcome is a concept. And the course outcome is CO. What is that CO? Which level he has framed? Applied is a applied level. Okay. He has framed the CO. From that CO he has been asked some questions, right? So how many types of level he has been asked? 3 levels. What is the fixed level of level of cognitive level in this CO? Which level? 3. You can say that level. Up level. It is a 3. Okay. And questions is asked him. How many types he has been asked? 3. What are the level he has asked?
Remember level.
That is from the fixed level has been asked for the lower level, also the same level and higher level. What is the sir is saying that once if you have the question has been asked, explain the different levels of learning in levels of learning in cognitive level. I have been asked the question, you have been all answered. In the question, Kellara answer pannittinga. Whether we can assume that we have attained our CO? No. Okay, first question you have answered all. If we can say that we have attained that CO? No. Why no?
Because
at least a few of them have understood. Now, can I ask individually? Celebrate exceptional. Because you are well versed. In the question now, first question la, ellaru answer pannittinga. Explain because it is a fixed level, it is lower level. Now I answer I have whether I have been achieved my attainment achieved pannitana illaya. Answer is yes or no. Very good. Adla you are passed. Why no? Can I ask somebody? You are not blaming, just I wanted to clarify. Keklama Bodhi sir? Sharmila Keklama? What I'm coming to say that concept because our level is a higher level, apply level. That level, once if you fix that apply level, the question is asked the same level. On the apply level question answer we have attained. But we have been asked only the lower level. This how the calculation is done? 3K, 1 by 3. How much it comes around? 33.3. What is the mapping level is the sir is given? 0% na? 0. 1 to 50%? 1. And 51 to 70 or 75, sir? 70. 70% is come around? 2. 3 by 3? 100. 100 3. This time we can say we have attained our CEOs. One CEO that CEO is comprising which level number 1. And question has given 3 types of question. These 3 questions is coming at which level? One is fixed level with a lower level, same level. Ma'am is saying that, ma'am, we are not asking, just you are saying that, suppose we are given apply level, the question is asked analyze level. You are right, it is out of syllabus. But, I'm sorry, coming to say that, but once the students can answer the question, sir has rightly said that, நம்ம CEO correct என்ன பண்ணலீங்க, frame பண்ணல. But once if the student is able to answer, he has to come across, apply level. So it is assumed that we have attained CEOs. So, have you taken question? Okay, you go. Just a break. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Madam, you are a great teacher. One more example with this to prove that one. Okay, this is another CEO. What is the CEO? What level it is? Analyze. It's analyze level CEO. And what is the level of this question? What is the level of this question? Number level. Level 1. So we can map this level 1 to level 4. What is the mapping strength? 1. There is some relationship. We can give 1. And this is level 3. 3 to 4. What is the mapping strength?
2.
You can give 2.
How it comes to? 4 is our fixed level. 3 we have asked question. So 3 by 4 into 1 percentage we have.
Even if you give 3, it not make much difference. Don't worry about it. Yeah. Because don't worry about these things. Now after the mapping process, suppose we have 15 questions like this. Each question will be mapped with the different CEOs like this. You get a table. Okay. Then level 1 mapping, COPO mapping. How we can do it? I'll give an example. Suppose we have a PO1, whatever it is. It's a graduate attitude. Okay. So you have to identify the competencies of that graduate attitude. For example, communication skills. I already discussed that one. The ability to read, write, then listen. All these things are competencies related to communication skills. You have all the competency skills related to that PO listed there. Take one CO, one course outcome. One course outcome, it contains an action verb and a learning statement. Check how many of these competencies are addressed by this CO. This is the process. Is it clear? How many of the competencies of that PO are addressed by this course outcome? Based on that, we can give a mark. And then, if it is more than 40%, if 40% or more of the competencies are addressed by a particular CEO, we can give 3, highest marking. If it is between 25% and 40%, give 2. Between 5% and 25%, give 1. And if it is less than 5%, give 0. And this is the process again explained by AICT. But in practice, you can do it. See, for example, how you are doing the paper valuation. The first 10 papers, it may take 1 hour. For the remaining 50 papers, how much time it will take? Another 1 hour. Okay, by practice you can do it. See, looking at the CO and PO, you can give the mark. Again, if there is slight changes, it will not make much difference. Don't worry. Okay. So this is the way we can have the CO PO mapping. And once it is completed, for one course, we have suppose 5 COs are there. Then if there are 9 POs, so an example, each CO we can map with the different POs. Okay. Some of them are 0, then zeros 1, 2, 3, depending on the relationship. If there is strong relationship, 3, moderate 2, low 1. There is no relationship, then 0. Okay. So this is the way we can have the CO-PO mapping. The same way we can have CO-PSO mapping, because see, for example, if it is a BCA program or MCA program, whatever it is, you may have around 2 to 4 PSOs. Okay. You can check all these course outcomes. What is the strength? Mapping strength. You can give that mapping strength there. 0, 1, 2, 3. And mostly the COs are more related to PSOs than POs, because POs are more generic, whereas PSOs are specific to that program. So this is about the mapping. Now we will go to the attainment calculation. Okay. First of all, we will understand the process, then I will explain it with a tool so that we can understand it in a better way. Now, all these things already we have discussed. Now, a few slides, just for your understanding. What is the difference between the traditional system and the OB? The traditional system, it is teacher-centric, whereas in the OB, it is student-centric. That is the major difference. Now, the traditional system, importance on teaching and content, whereas OB, importance on learning and process. Importance on learning and process. And the traditional system, knowledge-driven and rote learning, whereas OB, learning ensures knowledge and performance. This is the main difference. As a teacher, before going to the class, you usually think like this, no? What should I teach today? What should I teach for this upcoming session? Okay. But the new system, the OB system, what should we think? What should my students be able to do with what they learned in my session? Okay. What should my students be able to do with what they learned in the upcoming session? Okay. That thinking process is different. I think you might have seen this one. The internet, no? Somewhere you might have seen it. So this is the first time you have seen it. Okay. 90% of learning happens when we teach others. Is it correct? At least it is correct for us, no? For teachers sitting here. We started learning when we became teachers. Okay. So when we teach others, we learn more. Okay. Then practice doing. 75% of the learning happens when we do the practice, or when we practice doing the things. Okay. Discussion, through discussions, 50%. Demonstration, 30%. And you can see the top. What is it? Only 5% learning happens through. I think in subjects like the social work, more activities are there, no? More activities. Community projects, lot of things are there. So through all these activities, they will be learning more. When we implement OBE, we need more learning activities, more projects, more assignments. In that way, more continuous assessment. Or only through continuous assessments, which involves both learning and assessment activities, we can implement OBE in a better way. Are you convinced? What is your opinion? Somebody can. You're going back now.
No, I don't have a system. I'm sharing system
Oh, okay.
with us.
So, what is your opinion?
No, we go with what you say, sir. Demonstration or discussions,
Yeah.
rather than lectures. It makes us simple.
So, otherwise, we have to give more importance for continuous assessment. Anyway, Bharathiar University is doing it. In Kerala, what is the percentage? 80-20. 20% for in Collegiate University, 20%. 30% for continuous assessment and 70% for external. And earlier it was 80-20. Yeah, 80-20. Only 20% for continuous assessment. Okay. We cannot do anything with the 20%. Anyway. Yeah. Already we have discussed all these things. This is what we are going to do now. We are trying to calculate the attainment. Okay. This is the outcome of this session. This is some examples I will give you. This is our program outcome. This is the PO of our college, Marian College. We have 9 POs, starting with the domain knowledge, and the last one is the self-directed and lifelong learning. We have communicative competence options in using modern technologies, reflective, responsible, ethical, and social. All these things are there. It's only for a demo purpose I am taking this. Now, there are some PSOs that were taken from the internet. Okay, there are 5 PSOs only for the demo purpose. Then we have the course outcomes. This is a basic course, introduction to computers. Again, I have taken it from the internet. Okay, 5 course outcomes. Some activities like outreach is an activity. Industrial visit can be an activity. Similarly, you can have n number of activities for your course. Different activities. For computer science, you can have hackathons. You have maybe some debate. All these activities can be included in the curriculum, in the assessment. There will be a predefined mapping scale when we go for outcome-based evaluation. There will be a predefined mapping scale. Already we have discussed one mapping scale, the same mapping scale we will be using here. Direct and indirect assessment methods may be used in preset proportions. What is will be a direct assessment? What is an indirect assessment?
Direct stakeholder feedback is parents, alumni, students.
Or to define it clearly, direct assessment means all the assessment conducted by the institutions or the faculty. All the assessments conducted by a third party. It can be survey.
Rightly said that
Stakeholders. Or suppose if you are sending the students to an industry for an industry visit, if you ask the industry people to evaluate the students based on some criteria, that is a third party assessment. That also can be an indirect assessment. Okay, it's clear. No? Then components of assessment may be many, like semester exams, end exams, other innovative continuous assessment activities, events, personality assessments, etc. Questions in semester examination get mapped to different COs. Already we have discussed how questions can be mapped with the COs. Other components like assignments, seminar, etc. again can be mapped with the different outcomes. Or the rubric level you can map. For an assignment, you can have a rubrics for evaluation. That rubric level also you can map it. COs in turn map to the POs and PSOs. Some other activities you can directly map with POs. This is the mapping scale we are using, the same one. We'll speak this one. Suppose we have mapped all the COs, course outcomes, with the POs, and these are the activity outcomes given below. For each activity, you can have outcomes. That also you can map with the POs. You will get a sample program that is for like this. As an example, we'll take one UG program, like suppose BCom. If it is a 3-year program, there will be 6 semesters. Okay, and each semester average 5 courses the student may be studying. 5 or 6, whatever it is. Suppose we take 5. In one semester, 5 courses. So in 6 semesters, how many courses?
30 courses.
6 into 5, how many? 30 courses. Okay, and for each course, 5 outcomes, average 5 outcomes. So 30 into 5, how many course outcomes will be there? 150 course outcomes for a BCom program. Okay, so there will be 150 course outcomes. All those course outcomes will be listed in the first column. You can see listed in the first column. And every semester you are mapping all these course outcomes with the POs and PSOs. The process is going on. And at the end of the program, all the course outcomes are mapped with the different POs and PSOs. You will get a table like this. Is it okay? And in a semester, you may be spending maybe half an hour or 1 hour. It's a one-time activity. In a semester, at the beginning of the semester, you will be teaching, say, 2 or 3 courses. Total 15 course outcomes, not with the POs and PSOs. You will take maximum 1 hour. Okay. And at the end of the program, this is the matrix you will get. Now here also, you can see, we cannot assume that every CO is mapped with every P. COs will be mapped with the POs based on the relationship. And if you prepare this mapping table, the first semester itself for a program, you can understand if any PO is not properly represented by COs. You can check it with this table. So it's better we can do it in the first semester. Or the 150, in 1 day you can do it. The department you can sit together, in 1 day you can do it. That's a best practice, you can start doing it. So 1 day you can complete that mapping process for the entire program, for one program. So that you can identify which POs are not properly represented by COs. Then what you have to do? Next year, when we design the syllabus, you have to look into that. Otherwise, you can add some activity outcomes. Some activities you can add.
Gap analysis we can do and gap analysis, which POs are weekly mapped.
Gap analysis?
We do this.
Yeah.
We find which is not mapped, weekly mapped.
We find?
So actually we do this and we try to find out which POs are weekly mapped or not at all mapped. So we try to give, because we have framed the syllabus, and for 3 years, as far as our institutions are concerned, we try to have these curriculum and syllabus for 3 years. So we try to find out that these POs are weekly mapped for that particular course. So we instruct the course coordinators to add extra either industry related courses or some communication is weekly mapped. So we try to do that.
Yeah, that is what I am mentioning. That's what we have to do. We can add some add-on course or some other activities to address the POs. Mostly the POs like ethics or creativity, critical thinking, some POs may not be properly addressed. But you can add some particular courses or some particular activities. Okay, I think up to this level it is clear. Okay.
Any question? Here is given as mark 3, 2, 1. 2 is listed down here now. There are 3 O's, NNOs. POs, PSOs, and COs. PO for our, that is degree, BCom CA. That is program outcome. PSO, it is PO is a UG. We are the UG, it is emirate, ma'am, because you are advanced, right? Also, you also suggest that. PO, it is a UG. So it is a PO program. நம்ம program வந்து UG program PO. என்னது ஒரு important point இருக்கு recall பண்றேன். அதுதான் PSO ங்கிறது நம்ம specific program. And myself is BCom CA, you may be BE, you MSW for a max, everything is there, right? So that is program specific. CO it is a course. Course means subject. Every subject we are framing outcome, so it is called as a course outcome. Sir is saying that 30 grade, 5 grade, 115 grade. What is it? We have, it is talking about UG degree. How many years? 3 years. How many semesters? 6 semesters. Per semester, how many core subjects? It is replaced as course. So 5 subjects into 6 semester, 30. Each course we have to frame 5 course. 5 course. புரியுதுங்களா? ஒவ்வொரு சப்ஜெக்ட்டுக்கும் எத்தனை கோர்ஸ் இருக்கும் போடுவோம்? 5 போடுவோம். So 30 subjects with 5 CBO. Total how many CBOs? 150 CBOs. இது புரியுது இல்லைங்களா? CBOs போட்டிருக்காரு. அது என்னமோ போட்டிருக்காரு CBO 01.1. What is that? CBO 02.1. What is it? Our assumption எப்படின்னா ஃபர்ஸ்ட் இருக்கிறது ஃபர்ஸ்ட் செமஸ்டர் ஃபார் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் கோர்ஸ். அந்த மாதிரி வரதெல்லாம் டிட்டோ போட்டிருக்காரு. 02ங்கிறதுமா இட் இஸ் செகண்ட் செமஸ்டர் ஃபார் த ஃபர்ஸ்ட் சப்ஜெக்ட். இது புரியணும். இப்படின்னா இந்த இதில் எதில் இந்த காலம்ல என்ன வருங்க? ஹவு மெனி காலம்ஸ் வில் பி ரோஸ் வரும்? 150. Very good. 150 rows will come. அது புரியுதா? Is it clear please? 150 rows வரும். இங்க பாத்தீங்கன்னா POs. How many POs normally? In SAR College they have framed 9 POs. Am I right sir? POs years. 9 போட்டிருக்காங்க. அதனால update PO 9. Normally POs வந்து minimum 8, maximum 12. Okay? அந்த நம்பர்ல RVSல 8 போட்டிருக்காங்க. அந்த POs list down பண்ணிக்கணும். PSO ங்கிறதுக்கு 4 to 6 minimum 4. அதனால இதுல இருக்கும் PSO 1 2 3 4. சரிங்களா? 9 plus 4 13. இது புரியுதுங்களா? இது how many rows? 150 rows. How many columns? Everybody please answer simple question please. எல்லாரும் கொஞ்சம் பார்ட்டிசிபேட்டிவா இருக்கலாம் இல்லையா? எவ்வளவு காலம்ஸ்மா? 30 காலம்ஸ் இருக்கு. ஓகே, இதெல்லாம் ஓகேங்க. இந்த பாக்ஸ் எல்லாம் புரியுது. அது என்னமோ 3 2 1 போட்டுருக்காங்கங்க. அது என்னங்க? That is the question. That is called as a mapping. It is called as a mapping. Mapping என்ன சொல்றாங்கன்னா ஒரு கோர்ஸ் அவுட்கம். ஜஸ்ட் ஐ அம் டேக்கிங் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் காலம் எக்ஸ்பிளைன் பண்றேன். In my first semester first subject உடைய கோர்ஸ் அவுட்கம் எடுத்துக்கிறேன். எடுத்துட்டு I have to relate with my POs. Relate with my POs. எவ்வளவு POs for my for institute மா? 8 இருக்கு. Suppose என்னுடைய CBO frame பண்ற CBO வந்து is mapping closely related with all POs. 8 POs கூட என்னோட CBO map ஆயிடுச்சுன்னா மேம் என்னமோ CBOங்கிறீங்க சொல்லுங்களேன். ஃபார் எக்ஸாம்பிள் டிஜிட்டல் ஒரு பேப்பர் எடுக்கிறேங்க. அதுல வந்துட்டு இல்ல ஒரு கம்யூனிகேஷன் பேப்பர் எடுக்கிறேன்னு வச்சுக்கோங்களேன். சாஃப்ட் ஸ்கில் பேப்பர் எடுத்துட்டேன்னா அதுல ஒரு பண்ற the students can able to என்ன பண்ண கம்யூனிகேட் அப்படிங்கிற மாதிரி போடும்போது அதுல வந்து பாத்தீங்கன்னா என்னென்ன இருக்கு? கிரிட்டிக்கல் திங்கிங், டிஜிட்டலிங் அந்த 8 POs இருக்கு. My CO is என்ன பண்ணுதுங்க? Is matching with all these all POs automatically for me. CO and PO என்ன ரிலேஷன்? ஸ்ட்ராங் ரிலேஷன். அழகான வேர்டு ஸ்ட்ராங் ரிலேஷன். அந்த டைம்ல மேக்ஸிமம் மார்க் என்ன கொடுப்பேன் நான்? 3. ஓகேங்களா? அதாவது that is called as a close related. அப்புறம் ஃபார் எக்ஸாம்பிள் அடுத்த CO எடுக்கிறேன். my CO is mapping with PO ஒரு 4 or 5 ஆகுது. எனக்கு it is called as a moderate. மேம் இப்படி சொன்னா எங்களுக்கு புரியாது. என்ன சொல்லுங்கன்னா சார் இஸ் given as percentage. 40% உங்களுக்கு ரிலேட் ஆயிடுச்சுன்னா எவ்வளவு பர்சன்டேஜ்ங்க? 40% ரிலேட் ஆயிருந்ததுன்னா எது கூட யார் கூட இப்ப பேசிக்கிறாங்க? CO is talking with PO is பேசிட்டு இருக்காங்க. எவ்வளவு பர்சன்டேஜ்மா? 40% இருந்துச்சுன்னா it is called as a 40% னா high தானே சார்? 40% சார் 40% related is a high. 40% இருந்தாலே high. இது புரியுதுங்களா? பர்சன்டேஜ் என்ன லோவா இருக்கு, மறுபடியும் சொல்லுங்க. My CO is related with my POs is எவ்வளவு பர்சன்டேஜ்மா? 40%. It is a high order. It is a high order. If it is 25%, moderate. It is a moderate. It is a 2. And below 25 இருந்துச்சுன்னா it is a low and there is no relation na 0. Ma'am, இது என்ன 40 இங்க 25 இருக்குங்க. It is a standard. It is a they are framed from a standard. This standard is called as a mapping relationship with POs and COs. யார் யார் பேசிக்கிறா? CO வும் PO வும் பேசிக்கிறாங்க. அடுத்த காலம் who is talking? CO வும் PSO வும் பேசிக்கிறாங்க. நார்மலா எது ரொம்ப க்ளோஸா இருக்குன்னு சொல்லுங்க? PSO because it is very near to our course. So PSO வும் COs நார்மலா எப்படி இருக்குங்க? 3-2 அந்த மாதிரி இருக்கும். So this mapping scale is defined there numeric 3-1 on the basis of the relationship with the two variables. One is CO and PO, another one is CO and PSO. Before that attainment அப்ப பார்த்தோம் இல்லைங்களா, அந்த mapping scale is talking about அது எதை பத்தி பேசுதுங்க? It is attainment பத்தி பேசுறாரு இல்லைங்களா, அது எதை பத்தி பேசுறாரு? level, cognitive level. என்ன லெவல்ங்க? course outcome உடைய cognitive level நம்ம என்ன question கேட்டோம் இல்லைங்களா, that level. There are two types of mapping level. Number one is level, cognitive level. என்ன லெவல்மா? அப்படியே நம்ம ரீகால் பண்ண என்ன பண்ணுங்க, என்னோட CO வந்து அப்ளை லெவல், ஆனா क्वेश्चंस எப்படி கேட்டேன்? அப்ளை லெவல்ல கம்மியா கேட்டேன் and apply level and more than apply level. அத பத்தி பேசணும்னா it is called as a cognitive level. பேசணும்னா அது வந்து attainment mapping. இது this is called as COs with POs and COs and PSOs. இந்த numeric இப்ப புரியுதுங்களா? Numeric is talking about the ஒரே word. Very good. First mark உங்களுக்கு. That it is a relationship. Thank you. Is it clear? Thank you so much.
Good. Okay, I'll ask you an option. We will go up to 4:30, then we can finish it. Otherwise, in between, there's a tea break, then we will go up to 5 o'clock. What option you want? At a stretch, we will go. Understand? Yeah, okay. So we will quickly go through the remaining topics. Now, there should be a CO-linked assessment plan. Okay, a CO-linked assessment plan. Once if you design the CO, as a faculty, our goal is, what is our goal? Attain the outcome by what students? Okay. Now, we have the different teaching learning activities. Then we have the assessment activities. Some of them are both learning and assessment. Suppose we have seminar, we have an assignment, video presentation. It's only an example. Group activity, news analysis. There are 3 internal exams, then assumption exam, then attendance also can be there. Okay. This is a 40-60 ratio. 40% for continuous assessment and 60% for external final exam. Now, for seminar, 4 marks. Suppose I'm giving CO1, that means I will be giving a topic based on my CO1. The topic will be based on course outcome number 1. If it is related to module 1, I will be giving a topic on module 1. Only for an example. You can give a topic on the first 2 modules, that also is possible. So that seminar can be both mapped to the CO1 and CO2. That possibility is there. Assignment, suppose 3.5 is a mark, CO2, video presentation to CO3, group activity, I am mapping with the CO2 and CO4, 2 COs. Then news and an activity, exam 1, CO1 and CO2. That means all the questions are from the first 2 modules or first 2 units. Exam 2, exam 3, attendance. Then final exam, definitely we may have questions from all the units or all the COs, 5 COs. Okay. So we can prepare a CO-linked assessment plan like this for every faculty, for every course, every faculty can do it. Now, after preparing it, how we will calculate the attainment? I will just explain with a simple example how we can calculate an attainment. This is the process. Suppose we are conducting the seminar. After the seminar, a particular student X, he got 40% mark for seminar. What is attainment? Attainment is 1. Why it is 1?
0 to 50%.
Yeah. From 0 to 50%, from 1 to 50% it is 1. In our table, that is the interval. From 1 to 50% it is 1. Then, assignment 85%. What is the attainment? From 71 to 100%? 3. That is why it is 3. Again, 70% for a video presentation. 51 to 70%. 2. Is it clear? Okay. Take it out. Take it out.
71 or 75?
71 to 100%. We can change that table. It's not a problem. Is it okay? Now you can see CO1 appears in 2 places. No, seminar is assigned with CO1. Sorry, seminar is mapped with the CO1 and exam 1 is mapped with the CO1. So that for seminar attainment is 1, for exam attainment is 2. Then average is 1 plus 2 by CO1 attainment is 2 for continuous assessment. We are not considering the final exam now. That we will consider separately. Then for CO2, for assignment, CO2 is 3. Then group activity mapped with the CO2 value is 3. Exam 1, 2. 3 plus 3 plus 2. 3 plus 3 plus 2 divided by 3. Okay. The same way for CO3, CO4 and CO5.
This is for out of 3.
Out of 3. This is out of 3. It's a 4-point scale. We are following a 4-point scale. Is it clear? Any doubt?
Sir, do we need to provide same number of assessment? Like, can you please go to the previous lecture? Here we are assessing CO2 3 times, right, sir? Other units are only 2 times. Then is it a equal
Proportion you're asking.
proportions?
Can be. It's only an example I am showing. See, for example, you can give equal weightage for every CO. And again, this is simple example. See, for example, group activity, there are 2 CO2 and CO4. The strength also we have to mention that I will explain with the assumptions exam. Otherwise, it will be complicated.
In our case, we don't have that exam 2. We will directly go to exam 3. So in that case,
That is no problem.
RVSCAS.
yes. Yes.
So one doubt. This is a horizontal mapping, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
No, may not be.
Unit wise.
It can be. Otherwise, also it's correct.
It says exam 1, 2, 4 the outcomes. Exam 2, 3, which means exam 1 first 2 units. Exam 2 third unit. Exam 3 4 the 5th unit.
We are not mentioning the unit here. Actually,
CO 1 and 2.
if the CO is mapped vertically, that possibility is also there. So we are not mentioning about the unit here. Only CO.
Exam 1 means what, sir?
Yeah, here for exam 1, of course, it can be from unit 1 or unit 2. It can be in this case. It should be equal weighted. Definitely, it should be equal weighted. This is only an example. I mentioned, no? It's only an example. You can have it in the equal weightage or whatever you do. It's okay. Only for an example, how to calculate the attainment. Don't look at the mapping or anything like that. only for explaining the attainment calculation.
So why you didn't calculate for a final exam?
Yeah, that's coming. And for final exam, I will explain. For final exam, suppose there are 25 questions in the question paper. Suppose there are 25 questions in the question paper. Okay? And here I am picking those questions which are mapped with the CO1. Out of 25 questions, question number 1, 16, 18, 23 and 25, these questions are mapped with the CO1. Okay. Then, these questions are mapped with the CO1 with weightage that is given in the last column. That means question number 1 mapped with the CO1 with the weightage 2. We have already discussed how we can map a question with the CO. Question number 16 mapped with the CO1 with the weightage 3. Similarly, question number 18, 23 and 25 mapped with the CO1 with weightage 1, 2 and 3. Is it clear? That part? Similarly, there are other questions which are mapped with the CO2, CO3, CO4 and CO5. There are 5 COs. Here I am considering only CO1 for calculating the attainment. After that, we will consider CO2. Okay. Is it clear? Any doubt?
Sir, how much weightage?
Weightage. Last one, no? Last column. So already we have discussed now how we can map a question with a CO. Level of question, level of CO. Yes. That mapping already we have done. Okay. Can we proceed? Then, second column, what is it? Marks. This is for one student. One student. We are calculating for one student. So I am just demonstrating it, how we can calculate that thing. This is for one student. Similarly, we can do it for every student. Okay. Question number 1. 1 out of 1. It's a 1 mark question. So the student got 100%. What is the question level attainment? 3. 3. Because it's got 100% mark. 1 out of 1. Then second question, 16th question, 75% mark, again 3. Question number 18, 1 out of 2. It's a 2 mark question, 50%. Question level attainment is 1. Are you confused with the question level attainment and weightage? Huh? Are you confused? The last one, weightage, means this particular question mapped with the CO1 with that weightage. That already we have discussed, how we can map a question with the CO. Okay, that is the last column. And again, don't worry about it. You cannot calculate it manually if you want to calculate it properly. Don't worry about it. Only to understand the process I am explaining it. Okay, don't worry about the calculation. Then, the 23rd question, 3 out of 5, 60%. Question level attainment is 2. And the last question, 25. Question level attainment is 1, 40%. Okay. Then,
How the denominator is here, sir?
yeah, denominator. This is the weighted average we have.
No, I'm asking marks to marks. 1 by 1, 1.5.
Which one?
First 1 by 1.
Okay, that is the total mark is 1 out of 1. It's a 1 mark question.
1 mark question.
That's a 1 mark. The second one is a 2 mark question. The student is getting 1.5 out of 2.
Okay.
Student mark is 1.5. Third, 1 out of 2. 2 is the maximum mark for that question. Okay. Now we are calculating the weighted average. 3 into 2 plus 2, 3 into 3 plus 1 into 1, 2 into 2, 1 into 3 divided by total weightage 2.09. So this is the attainment of this particular student for the final exam for one CO. Similarly, you have to calculate it for all the COs, then all the students. Then for all the courses. Okay. So you are calculating it now. Already got that table? Okay, they are doing. Now, we have calculated for one student both for continuous assessment and semester exam. Now, we have to fix the ratio. How much weightage we have to give for continuous assessment? How much weightage we have to give for final exam? In this case, we have 40-60, 40% for continuous assessment and 60% for final exam. For calculation of attainment, we can change that ratio. Already you have convinced now. With continuous assessment, we can do more. So we can give more weightage for continuous assessment only for calculating attainment, not for mark list or anything. For calculating attainment, in this case, we have given 80% weightage for continuous assessment and only 20% for final exam. So this policy can be fixed by the institution. Okay, it's not in the mark list. The mark list is 60-40 or whatever is your ratio that will come in the mark list. Only for calculating attainment, we can change the ratio. Okay, so here 80% for continuous, 20% for final exam. So we will calculate the total is 1.618. This is for one student for one seat. Similarly, we have to calculate for every CO. Okay, only to demonstrate this one, I have shown these values there. And then final CO attainment again, we have to consider that direct and indirect. Once we calculate the CO, then what about the direct assessment and indirect? We have considered only the direct assessment till now. What about the indirect assessment? You have to conduct a survey among the students. Ask the students, in your opinion, what is your attainment? If the student is saying that the attainment is 3, you have to accept it. Then also, what ratio? That also you have to fix according to your policy. Here 80-20, 80% for direct and 20% for indirect. Even if you give 10% for indirect, it is okay. 10% is enough. 10% weightage for indirect and 90% for direct assessment, that is okay. And finally, you will get the CO attainment for every student like this. If there are 60 students, CO1, CO2, CO3, each column, you will get the value. So the process I have just explained. Now I will show it by using a tool, how it is calculated and what the faculty has to input. Okay. Now we can have more analytics like this. Percentage of students attaining more than 60%. I will explain the target, everything after this. Then sample PO, how the PO is calculated. Now after calculating the course outcomes, attainment of COs, the PO will be calculated like this because we have mapped COs with POs. We have this table there. You can see the first column COs listed, second column PO1. 2 into 2.12. 2.12 is the attainment of CO1. So 2 is the mapping strength, CO to PO. CO1 to PO1 mapping strength is 2. So 2 into 2.12 plus 3 into 1.52. Take the weighted average in the first column. All the 150 COs. Okay, and the mapping is already done. The second column, the last row, you will get the weighted average, that is the PO1. Again, direct and indirect for PO calculation. Okay. Direct assessment, indirect assessment. You get a value like this. Then you will get the PO attainment and PSO attainment for the entire batch, 1 to 60, if there are 60 students. Then you will get more analytics on it, you have to calculate it. Then institution level evaluation, average attainment level with respect to POs and PSOs of every outgoing batch. Then you have to conduct alumni survey, employer survey for calculating the POs, identifying the gap, that's what Madam was saying. Identifying the gap and formulating action plans is also part of OB implementation process. Okay, so I will now explain a tool, then you can understand it in a better way. how it is calculated, and some analytics also. Okay, I think my number is with you. I will quickly explain how we can calculate the attainment if you are using a tool. Like even some of you are using Excel. Some of you are using Excel. Okay. So I will just show you. This is actually a tool we have developed. As I already mentioned, we started implementing coding in Marian College from 2016 onwards. So identifying the pain points, we have developed this tool. Just show you an example. This is being used by RVS now, RVS College. This is the login page of a faculty. I will use. All the courses handled by that faculty will be listed there. Now, what the faculty has to do, just upload the course outcomes. Okay, just upload the course outcomes. This is the target. I already mentioned about the target. So target means for each course outcome you can fix a target.
Yes.
If it is better, you can start with 50% or 60%. Then every year you can improve it. Okay. Just give the target also. This is the first activity by a faculty. Then the PO mapping you can do here. You can see already it is done. CO with a PO. Each CO mapped with the POs. So after completing the mapping process, you will get a table like this. The same way CO PSO mapping. Then you will get a summary. This is an example. You can see one PO is represented by more COs. The first one, domain knowledge, whereas the second one, it is mapped, only 2 COs are mapped with that PO. So you can understand the analytics, from this analytics you can understand how the COs are distributed. And again you can revisit the mapping process. Then the components, this is the CO linked assessment plan, already we have discussed. So you can have the assessments, the questions mapped with the taxonomy levels and COs. Then say for example seminar, there are rubrics. Rubrics also you can map with the taxonomy levels and COs. So this is a CO linked assessment plan. As I mentioned earlier, you can do it here. Then conduct the assessments. Just conduct the assessment, enter the mark, student wise mark, you will get the attainment. This is the attainment. So all the calculations will be done by the software. Only the mapping you have to do, the assessment you have to do, upload the marks, you will get the attainment. You can see the attainment of each student. CO1 attainment, the first column, then average, then CO2 attainment, average life phase. Then you will get a report. So we get a report like this, you can see the target, the top row, then average of the attainment, standard deviation. This is the percentage attained. This is used for accreditation purpose. So you have fixed a target. Now for CO1, your target is 60%. You can see 90% of the students have achieved that 60% target. The second CO2, 90% of the students have achieved that 60% target. Whereas CO3, you can see only 17.5% of the students have achieved that 60% target. So in that case, what we can do is, we can have one more activity. Okay, which will directly connected with that CO. That can be an OB only activity. It will not reflect in the mark list. You can have an OB only activity, or in other words, we can call it assurance of learning. That is a buzzword in accreditation. Assurance of learning means we are giving an assurance to every student who is joining our institution that they will attain a certain level of CO attainment. They will achieve. Okay, we can assure that. So this is the advantage when we go for there are some reports like this. We will get again You will get some more analytics. You will get a progression report. I will give you some examples, one or two. If you do it the proper way, mapping and everything in the proper way, you will get reports like this. You can see an yellow color and a blue color. This blue line represents the batch performance over the semesters, whereas the yellow line represents the performance of a particular student. So this is a comparison chart. Performance of a student in comparison with the batch performance. This is used for PTA meetings. It's beneficial. When the parents comes, you can show these reports of that particular student with data. But the only thing, if everything is correct, what we input, the data is correct, then only you get accurate report like this. Okay. Again, we can have some other reports. One more thing, I will just show you. This is the performance of a student the second semester compared to the first semester. You can see more upward trends. Whereas if you go to the third semester, more downward trends. So if you properly do it, we can identify the outliers. We can identify the slow learners, then the advanced learners. All these reports are available. Only thing is, you do it the proper way. The mapping process should be correct. The taxonomy, everything should be correct. So you will get lot of reports like this, and all these reports are useful for accreditation. Not only for accreditation, for improving the quality of education. You can see slow learners report, outlier report. So if a student, the performance is coming down all of a sudden, that means something happens to that student. Maybe it's personal problem or family problem or problem with some particular topics. So all this, that type of students will come in the outlier, and you can take remedial measures based on it. That also you can connect it to the accreditation. What are the remedial measures taken for slow learners, for advanced learners? So all these reports you will get if you do it the proper way. So this is one of the tools. Again, you may be using some tools. See, the process is very important. The calculation will be done by any software or any tool. That you don't worry about the calculation. But you do the process in the proper way, like designing the outcomes, mapping it, designing the assessments, syllabus, the curriculum, everything is important. Okay. So that's about this one. And in future, you have all the AI applications. This is another AI application we have developed. You can have question papers once if you upload the syllabus, you will get question papers. As an example, you will get the multiple choice questions. Or do you want to see it, or you can skip it? Okay.
This is small announcement. This is for all these staff first. And the staff bus, Sulur Ganapati bus, you can stay back. Other student bus, and Sara, since you can travel outside bus, we could not stay on a says yes. Okay, ma. Karadi Bhavli or bus in say, or Thermatum permission chituma. We have to be here, okay? Said okay. I don't want to take much time. And okay, there is another special request. We have another 10 minutes. We can finish it. Okay? Thank you.
Yeah, we will finish it between 10 to 15 minutes. Okay. Yeah. So this is an AI application. I will just show you because in future you can also use some AI applications for even for designing outcomes. I will show you for assessments. See, suppose you are to generate a question paper for a model exam. The template we are using is template 1. college or institution name, we can give some program name. You can select the taxonomy level, the difficulty level also. If your syllabus is in the PDF format, we can upload the syllabus. You can upload the PDF format, otherwise you can copy and paste the syllabus here. The system will generate this question paper. It will be mapped with the taxonomy levels and COs. Not COs with the taxonomy levels, because COs we can map manually. You can see the questions with the options, answer, everything. Then we have the short answer questions. The knowledge levels are mentioned there. If you find that this is not apply level, it's understand level, you can change it. Okay. And if you want to rephrase the question, you can rephrase it. Now it is rephrased, so that the question may be changed. And if you want a detailed answer, you get a detailed answer. And if you want to take a printout of it, or only the questions you want, you get the questions alone without answers. Take the printout and we can conduct it. Okay. Then most of the universities, they are using this platform for designing the outcomes. In Calicut University, most of the course outcomes are designed by this. Coimbatore University, the entire course outcomes they have designed. I will show you how we can design a course outcome. You'll get suggestions. Based on overall syllabus or based on unit or module wise, both options are available. Suppose based on overall syllabus, that means the vertical model, or if it is the horizontal model, unit wise or module wise. Here also you just upload the syllabus. You will get 3 options for each CO and you can choose the best one. Now you are an expert, so you can choose the best one. In future, if the student is uploading the assignment, this application will evaluate that assessment. We are working on it in 2 or 3 months, it will be out. So your work will be easy. Now you can see the course outcomes. Draft 1, 5 course outcomes. Draft 2, another 5 course outcomes. And draft 3, another 5 course outcomes. You can choose 3 options are available. Suppose I am choosing CO1 from draft 3 and CO2 also from draft 3. CO3 from here, CO4 and CO5 from the first one. You can check and you can choose it. Okay. It's updated. Now you can generate unique assessment activities, which is mapped with the COs. These are the COs just now we have generated. The difficulty level we can mention there, medium. Based on the COs, the application will generate assessments, which is mapped with the COs. And you will get some unique assessments, assignments. Different type of assessments. And if you want to have a detail how to execute that assessment, that also is available. Yes. Objective resources needed, timeline, execution steps, example questions to guide the project. So in future, definitely AI can help you, because when we implement OB, usually every faculty complain about the workflow. It's there anyway. The initial years it will be there, but with AI we can replace many of the
So the only upload is the syllabus only, sir.
Or you can even just put a topic name, you get questions. Or the prescribed test. We have also developed an LLM. That GPT is an LLM, just like we have developed an LLM for education purposes. So in 2-3 months, we'll be integrating everything together, so that it will be much easier for the faculty. It will help the faculty, but anyway, the expertise of the faculty should be there. I will give you one more idea regarding and after that we can finish. This is one activity I have mentioned earlier. This is called a Creative Studio. This is an activity we give to the FCA students. The first semester itself, after joining the college in the first month, we give this activity. It's a 56-hour long PowerPoint creativity enhancement workshop. This year it is AI forward. There are 10 teams. 60 students are there, so 10 teams and 6 tasks, 2 videos, posters, etc. Many tasks they have to do, 6 tasks they have to do. That means in a team there will be 6 students, and each student will be a leader for a particular task. So everybody will get that chance to become a leader. Then all these skills will develop: problem solving, creativity, critical thinking, time management skills, leadership. All these skills, which are all related to our PUs. These are some photographs. All these skills related to all our PUs. So what you mentioned, the same way. All these activities completed in 3 days, 56 hours, so that we can map this particular event with all the PUs if required. So all the skills are developed: creativity, critical thinking, problem solving. Then they are creating some videos based on some ethical issues or something like that. Many things they are learning, and self-learning, because they have to use many AI tools. Okay, they are doing it themselves. Nobody is teaching anything or anything like that. So these are some examples and many activities. And again, you focus on the scenario-based questions. That is more important. And some other topics like that's related to accreditation. I think we will stop by now. Okay. OB we can mention in every criteria, not only in criteria 2, starting from criteria 1. Criteria 1, how the curriculum is delivered systematically. You start with OB manual. You have to prepare an OB manual for your institution. And in the OB manual, you have to mention about all the policies. I will share a draft of an OB manual which we have prepared. So the draft, you can prepare it, you can customize it and prepare it for your institution. I will share all these things in your group. This OB manual I will share you. Then somebody is asking about the PPTs. Okay, that also okay. PPT. The group I will share. Okay. So from criteria 1, criteria 2, criteria 3, in every criteria we can mention about OB. Don't worry about it. So our college, that last cycle we got 3.71 for NAC accreditation, A++, only because of proper implementation of OB. We have mentioned OB everywhere. Even if you conduct a program, you will write the outcomes first. If you are conducting a seminar, write the outcomes. You have to develop that OB mindset, not only among the students, the faculty, everywhere, the entire stakeholders. Okay. I think we can finish by now, no? Okay. The tea is waiting, and that is more interesting than this. Okay, thank you for not sleeping. Okay. Thank you very much.
Now, before vote of thanks, any questions? Bus wait பண்ணுங்க question கேளுங்க. No questions. Okay, morning basic OB ஓட concepts பார்த்தோம், mapping scale, PO, PSO, COs எல்லாம் பார்த்தோம். இதுல வந்துட்டு maximum participants from outside வந்து actively participated. Ma'am from Hindustan College. Ma'am, your good name, ma'am, please.
Ma'am, my name is Jessica.
Jayasudha, ma'am. And also another ma'am. Deepa, ma'am. Mumbai, ma'am. உங்க பேர் மும்பை மேம் தான். நேம் என்ன மேம்? அனிதா. The others also நல்ல questions கேட்டீங்க. Through the questions also we have got some input. அதே மாதிரி யாருக்காவது இன்னும் questions இருந்தா சைட்ல கேளுங்க. Feedback தரீங்களா? Anybody? Please, 1 minute. ரொம்ப டைம் இருக்கும். Feedback. Jayasudha, ma'am. நிறைய பேசிட்டீங்க. Okay, anybody?
Just one more thing.
Okay.
Just one more thing. If any of you are interested in joining our team as a resource person, or even we are working on some research purpose related to OB, okay, you can contact me later. Because as I mentioned earlier, this is our jubilee year of the company. So we are spreading out to all the states in India now. Already we have conducted many faculty development programs online. We have trained more than 35,000 faculty members all over India, and conducted many programs like this. Now in 25 locations we are conducting this program. This is one of the programs we are conducting in RVSCAS College. Next week we have a program at Mendus College, that is in Marathon district, and Nilgiris College also, and in Jaipur, in Mumbai, many places we are conducting the program in the coming months. Okay, so we need resource persons to support this mission. This is actually we are taking as a mission to train the faculty members. Through faculty members, it will reach the students. Okay, that is the objective. Again, if you are interested in doing some research, especially in the OB side, I will share some of our papers, research purpose we have just published. That also related to this taxonomy and OB. That also you can join us. Again, as a resource person, as a research scholar, already you have PhD, you can work with us for doing some research. Okay. That's
So what is the eligibility to join your team?
the eligibility is passion. Nothing else. Okay. If you have a passion for teaching, definitely you will be good in the OB. That is my experience. Okay.
Any other colleagues, can we ask someone to give the feedback from other colleges or from our own group of institutions?
Nobody will ask questions now.
Fine, you can.
They ask questions now.
That they can share their
Your experiences.
the learning experience of OB.
Have we reached the outcome today?
I think on behalf of my college, I extend my sincere gratitude to the team. It was an excellent session because there's a lot of clarity in terms of what is OB, because you started right from concept clarification and you brought down the software so one could connect. It was systematically well presented, and sir, your demeanor, you were very calm. You did not make us overwhelmed, because once we hear the concept OB, one gets very overwhelmed, but you simplified it to the core. Everything you have done justice to the topic, because nothing was left unturned. We were reading so many things, but now it makes sense. You have put everything into context. Amazing session. Thanks to the organizing team, ma'am. You did a wonderful job of summating everything, ensuring that all of us listened to the session properly. Hospitality was wonderful. I came from Mumbai, immediately they gave me hostel. So I'm going in with a lot of enriched experience. Thank you so much. Would love to connect with the entire team if there is any such opportunity. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Anybody else?
That you are going to give feedback.
Anybody else from our own institution? Marian College or College of Arts and Science? So good evening everyone. It gives me immense pleasure to propose a vote of thanks on this August election. First and foremost, on behalf of CDC Cell and IQAC Cell, I render my sincere gratitude to our chief guest, Dr. Mendus Jacob, MD and CEO of IPSR Solutions Limited for his tremendous guidance provided on outcome-based education. Thank you, sir, for sharing your valuable insights to all the participants of this workshop. On behalf of IQAC and CDC Cell of RVS College of Arts and Science, I sincerely thank our managing trustee, our correspondent, our secretary, our principal, our vice principal, and controller for their support rendered in all our academic ventures. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sirs. I now take this opportunity to thank all the participants of other colleges who have come all through so many corners, and our own participants of staff members, faculty members of RVS group of institutions for their active participation. I also thank the coordinators and members of CDC Cell and IQAC Cell for organizing this wonderful workshop. My special thanks